No, I'm running late. All right, here we go. The start of the day. And we're 2 minutes into it already. But yeah, first things first, we'll take a look at our economic calendar. And there's not a whole lot going on, and we know that. I'm kind of interested in what the existing home sales are going to be. Sales have been really strong. I know homes are just skyrocketing right now. I'm just curious if it's going to sustain. But I do know that lumber prices are starting to come down, which is a good sign. So it may stabilize homes. And I know that a lot of developers are getting squeezed because the prices are rising quicker than the home prices. So that's going to be an interesting bit of information. Manufacturing index, no big deal. The Treasury purchases. I bet people are going to start talking about that more because that would be part of the asset tapering. And that's a big concern for everybody. Just the fear of the Feds backing off. But really, they're just talking about backing off the additional QE or easing that they did for COVID to accommodate the pandemic and free up some cash. So I don't know. I think there's a whole bunch of hype in this driving the market down. So overall, I think the market is still a buy on dips. We have Fed Daily speaking at 11. And I don't really know what his bag is, if he's hawkish or dovish, but we'll see if he have an effect. More importantly, at 2 o'clock, we'll have Powell testimony. And again, I'm expecting a choppy day, light volume. And I see that yesterday that move up was exciting, but it was on light volume. So anything could happen. It can turn around. And then the rest of the week, we're not looking at much other than durable goods orders on Thursday, which can move the market. Look, Friday actually has personal income, personal spending. That ought to be interesting, too. Personal income coming down, but personal spending may be going up, kind of negate each other. Personal income going up would definitely lend to inflation fears. Spending lends to inflation fears, but I think that's the transient topic right there, that people are just spending a little extra cash right now because they sock things away for this season. Hey, let me know how I sound if that background noise is too much, because I could just put the mic directed towards me and fade that out. But if it's not overbearing, then nothing wrong with a little bird. So anyway, that's the economic calendar. If we look at what's going on on CNBC. Oh, look at that. The markets just turned down. They were up all morning. I mean, basically, we could call that flat, but at least we won't open with a gap, and we'll have good direction first thing in the morning. Bitcoin coin is falling. No big deal. Oh, look at that. GameStop spikes again, but they're actually issuing $1 billion worth of securities. And so, I mean, they're pretty smart. They know this is overpriced, and they're taking advantage of it, GameStop themselves. So they're doing an underwriting, and they're issuing more shares of their company. So they're basically diluting the price. And you get a whole bunch of yahoos just buying into that. And they're going after Google again, probably going to zing them for another fine. Everybody wants a piece of the action. So that's the news, and really we're just going to be hanging back and watching what the Feds do today. So the daily chart on the S&P 500 looks phenomenal. We like that retrace, and it rallied back, and we'll see what we'll do today. I was expecting an inside bar yesterday, and that move up took me by surprise, but I would say that we'll probably see an inside bar today. If we look at the 60-minute chart, let's just put it to candle. Oh, that's the wrong one. We'll go to candlesticks, so because everybody's accustomed to that. On the 60-minute chart, this is really a bullish momentum. It looks like it's tapering off a little bit, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a consolidation. this is the move down, and we did a retrace to the 61%. So I would get rid of that trend and see what old Fibby has to say for us. And I'll tell you, man, between the MACD and the Fibonacci, you could just run your business. So this is the move up that we have, and a 50% pullback would put us at 41.95. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would like to see at least that 42.11 today. I'd say that's a nice healthy move, and then you could take a good break above this. But we'll see if we have any directional trades. We'll see the quality of the market. I think everybody knows by now that I'm very conservative when it comes to the Fed speaking. Hey, good morning, Nicholas. And it sounds good. All right, cool. I appreciate the feedback, Tommy. Just looking at these securities going forward, everybody's interests. We've got BBB, and it's actually trending. Well, you know what? It looks like this might roll over. It looks like it's in a consolidation on the 60, but I'm kind of feeling that it's going to come back and give us another test of this low. And I would look for a divergence, but the move from here to here is not that great, so I'm not too confident on the divergence. On the daily, I mean, it's just fading off, but you get a nice hammer there, and you have a hammer off of the support right here, which these gaps usually hold as good support. So you could look at them and look for a reversal pattern around there. I just want to see if I can get. Yeah, well, BB is not doing anything. It's only down 14 cents, so it's really not telling us anything. But on a break of that hammer, it's probably going to start pushing up. I don't think that this is the ultimate move, but it might push up off of there, and then you just have to clock it on the way up. And CLOV. Oh, CLOV, I don't know. CLOV is looking mighty sad. I mean, it's still bullish overall. It hasn't made any low, but you know, this is a pretty heavy bar. And actually, let me get rid of something. Just so we could, yeah, it closed lower. Looks like it's making its way for that 50-day moving average. And hopefully that holds for support. If that doesn't hold, this thing is done. This is a wrap as far as the squeeze play they're looking at. Yeah, even the momentum is kind of flat on the 60 minutes, so that could turn around pretty quick. I mean, there's nothing to induce me to go long in the security right now, and you know, that's what you're looking for. I mean, if anybody's holding it right now, they're sitting in it, but they're looking for a reason why somebody would go long. The only reason to go long on this is maybe breaking this high right here, that pivot high, but that's about it. And let's have a look at AMC. Let's see what we see on AMC. Everybody's saving grace, everybody's retirement program. It's a pretty heavy bar down. Still testing the 8 and the 13. And the 8's above the 13. So, I mean, it's relatively bullish. Just looks like it's consolidating here. The momentum is dropping off, which is a little disconcerting. But again, you know, being that we're in Fed speak week, you can't really rely on that. You're not getting a really clear picture. But, you know, there's nothing to induce me to go long at this point. And then on the 60s, well, 60-minute, the hourly is negative right now, so we'll have to see how the market opens and if that turns around. We might be making a move down for that 52 mark. 52.20 or so. Let me see what that looked like next to the daily. I thought I saw a decent target on the daily. Yep. Maybe making a move for the 13 or 20. So it's just wait and see on AMC. And then Bitcoin. So on the daily, it actually looks like it's still in an uptrend, even though it took a good beating. But right now, Bitcoin, do I even have it up there? I do not. But on the 60, let's see if it's got anything happening on that 60. Oh, wrong button. Got the momentum rolling over, but that's about it. You know, no indication to stop buying yet. So, as it stands right now, my bias is to the upside on S&P 500. I would like to see a little retrace after that run, at least to the 23%. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that 38%. But I mean, just based on the 60, I'm going to have to say that I'm bullish for the day. And again, that one day, that's just a huge, monstrous bar, and I think people are going to look for a reason to get involved with that bar. So they're going to try to find a retrace and then take a long on that if they're enthusiastic enough to trade, while we have those two Fed govs out there messing with the market. So that's my short of the long. So what's going on out there in the Free Folk Nation? Anything good? Anything anybody wants me to look at before the market opens? Get some opinions on things? Anything I could do for you? And if you just joined me, hit the subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I drop videos. I actually dropped a training video on support, resistance, and trend lines. They're a little choppy. I'm going to refine them and keep working at making better and better videos. But yeah, with your support, I'll be able to do that. I'm still kind of Forrest Gumping my way through this. This is only our, we're in our third week. Next Monday, we'll make 3 weeks that we've been streaming live and sharing information. So if you hit that bell, you'll know when I drop out those training videos. And the likes help and go a long way. And I put a PayPal link down there if you want to support the channel with a one-time contribution. That would be great. Day on BNGO. I certainly can. BNGO on the daily. I appreciate you giving me a time frame. BNGO. Think, oh, what happened here? Oh, I see what happened. I messed up. There we go. There we go. Okay, so on the daily, the momentum is bullish, and you could see right here the turnaround. Here's the deviation. So right here would have been good entry if you took it at 494. That's a fairly decent run up. And it just looks like it's going to make a higher low and turn around over here. I have no reason to think that I should abandon the position if I was in it. Yeah, you're just consolidating around this congestion. That's what the cloud kind of tells me. It gives me an average price of where the congestion is. So breaking out of this cloud, you have a pretty clean move up to that 1037. So you just need to see this baby turn around. I mean, it's just doing a little retrace. Looks like it did about a 50%. Yep. Came down pretty close to that 50%, turning around, making that nice hammer. Let's see if it breaks today, you'll probably start seeing that move up. And let's see what I feel today is going to look like for it. Well, today's looks a little negative on the hourly, so it might start out lower. You have any pre-market quotes on it? I don't see anything coming up in the pre-market. So looks a little negative. Might give you another entry opportunity. But look, you have this gap right here that it obviously is filling. And you could see the lower part of the gap is what created the resistance. And I wouldn't be surprised if it came back and tested that 692 area before starting to make its move up. So that's what I'm looking at bingo. So any newbies out there, say hello. Drop me a chat. Any stocks you want to look at, I'm happy to do it. We have 22 minutes before the market open. Looks like the market's going to open up flat. AMC's down around 54. You think everybody's sweating on the AMC trade? I mean, it's got that top there. I don't really like this trend line right here. Well, I guess it broke right here. So it created this pennant, which we kind of discuss in the training video, and it broke to the downside. It's not very aggressive, but again, you know, these patterns don't really play out when the Feds are around. It didn't quite fill this gap right here. See where my crosshairs are? There's a gap right there. It didn't fill that, so that could still be a target to fill. It's going to head for that. If you see a break in that 53.36, it'll probably head to fill that gap on AMC. 53.43 actually. If it breaks that, it'll probably head for that gap fill. Got a lot of resistance there though. Before it hits that gap, it'll probably stall out a little bit at the 51.86 and then possibly head to fill that gap. It didn't even break yesterday's low yet. On the daily, 53.43 is yesterday's low. So you got to watch that, see what it does. All right, I'm going to say it again. You know, you have the Feds out there, so I just have no confidence in anything that we're looking at. And I know everybody should take a shot every time I say Fed today. You're welcome, Nicholas. My pleasure. I hope it was of value to you. So what are we going to get to do today? I don't know if there'll be directional trades. I hope there is. It's so much more fun when we're trading. Although I do enjoy gabbing. It's interesting that the birds are active because it's actually raining here a little bit, and they're usually quiet when it rains. So if you just joined us, do me a favor and hit the like. Trying to get those likes up so that YouTube shares my videos, and maybe a few other people will join us and I could help some folks out. Are there any trading questions, things you want to know about trading? I mean, we go over my setups, which are kind of basic and simple and consistent, and hopefully you guys are picking up on it. But if you need clarity, that's cool. And you'll see that I'll keep dropping these trading videos on the channel, these Trading 101 videos. And then once I get through all of those, I'll go to Trading 102, and I'll just get continue with more advanced and sophisticated strategies that will produce consistent income every day. But if you do review those and you have questions about those, just join me on the daily stream, and I'm happy to answer questions that pertain to them. And if you have any advice or critique, I'm open to that too. So I'd actually appreciate whatever critiques you have so that I can better those videos. I already found that I need to stop saying But if you like the videos, hit the likes, and you can subscribe and hit that bell. And like I said, I put a PayPal link down there if you want to support the channel and help us add to the content. You could just do that through PayPal. And what do you guys think about my logo? I'm thinking about getting some swag, and I'd like to get some shirts with the logo on it, the tree and stuff, some T-shirts. Actually, I'll probably get some UV protective wear and some biodegradable products that people could use outside, like sunblocks and things like that. So let me know if you'd walk into a fine restaurant with a T-shirt with my logo on. So today is June 22nd, and everybody was all excited about that SEC regulation going through June 21st. And look at the effect. Well, Mr. Producer 77, I'm glad that I did. Most traders are profitable for a while and then go to a break even, and they're profitable for a while and they go to a break even, and then sometimes they end up blowing up their portfolios and starting all over again. And what you need to do is just figure out how you could get profitable consistently. And you know what? AMC puts some crazy money in people's pockets, but I promise you that a lot of those guys are going to burn through that money looking for another AMC or something like that. And that's not how trading is done. That it's not that it's a new method that's frowned on. It's just not a consistent method. I mean, people are just taking crapshoots. I mean, people short all the time, but they do it on fundamentals, and there are short squeezes that are done in industry, and a lot of times the short squeeze is complemented by a change in fundamentals from the company. So analysts understand who's short a company, but see a turnaround in the business and know that their buying power, coupled with the fundamental changes in the company, can force out the shorts, and they make money like that. And again, I've told you also that bigger firms kind of track the short squeezes and know that smaller firms are putting the squeeze on, and they don't have the buying power to fight off the bigger firm. So it's kind of like a battle. So the bigger firm starts pouring their buying power into the security to squeeze out the smaller firm, which the smaller firm will fade out of that trade and the market will run up, and then the smaller firm will just start fading it once the bigger firm starts taking its profits and make their money back. So it's a give and take, and so the bigger firm doesn't really lose money, and the smaller firm doesn't lose money in the end run, but all the retail investors that are chasing the stock around are the ones that end up losing money. This AMC situation, there's nothing fundamental, or even BB or CLOV. There's no fundamentals that would force the squeezes out, the shorts out. So it's just not a consistent way to trade. So hopefully people make some fistfuls of loot on AMC, and then are smart enough to sock that away and just learn how professional traders make money trading. And it's not chasing pipe dreams. And then you have two different classes of traders. You have like the Buffett, who's really an investor, a wise investor, and he buys on fundamentals and he holds securities, and he makes a killing on the companies, and he could hold the company for 3, 4, 5 years, or longer, and not sell it. I don't know what his longest holding position is, but I know that he's involved with some companies and remains in them. And I think he started on Bank of America like 2 years ago. And I think he's still a major shareholder of Bank of America. So, but that's a fundamental kind of investing, which is investing. And then you have big guys out there that do technicals. And then, there are firms that cover both sides. They have their investing desks, and they have their trading desks. And that's how they make money. I would agree with. I'm back to paper trading as well by watching you, Dave. I've learned so much. I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Williams. I'm glad to hear it. My Twitter handle is down there, so share that. If you could, if you appreciate what I'm doing here, just share the channel, and let's just build up that free folk nation, get you guys trading and making money. Now that the software and the hardware are kind of working out for me, I'm trying to focus on making quality training videos, which I think today was a fail, but it was a training video. Just the quality of it, as far as a video goes, needs much to be desired. But it leaves much to be desired, but I'll work on that, and I'll get you guys up into more sophisticated trading, because although I haven't taken many directional trades every day, I'm making money on the fixed trading, the spread trading, and that's where I really want to get you guys, because I promise you that you're going to prefer that over the directional trading, and you'll set your portfolios up so that you can make a decent amount of money. I mean, you could set it up where you're making, did we open? Oh, look at that. I talked right into the open. So anyway, you could set it up where you're making like $1,000 a play, and there's like 3 plays a week. So you have a steady $3,000 a week, and then you're not so eager to take directional trades. So you wait for quality trades because you've made money every day. So there's no need to get involved in the market. So let's jump over. I'm looking at futures right here, but we're going to jump over to the S&P 500. Yeah, that's cool. And I just want to get off of the 24/7 so that I have a clean chart. Regular trading hours. There you go. There you go. Now we know what it looks like. Oh, and look at that, putting in a nice tail. And why are we at the 1 minute? This should be a 30-second. We can get rid of that market analyzer. And the horses are on the track. See what we got going on the other markets. So the Dow's down 10. Composite is just flirting with flat. It's going between negative and positive today. I think we're going to do that retrace, that that I was expecting. Here's the daily, and I'm thinking we should go back. I wouldn't mind seeing that 41.95. I know that's a little aggressive for the day, but that's like 30 points. But I think that would be healthy, or somewhere around there, at least to the 38, which is only 20 points down. But I'd be happy with that move. No, this is the one I'm looking for. Looks like the 60-minute is rolling over a little bit, but it's still very early. I mean, we're only 2 minutes into the trading session. But I think we might very well see that turn around. I don't see any trading opportunity. It's not giving me good... I mean, every time it breaks the low, it rebounds. Here's a low, here's a low, here it breaks, just keeps bouncing back and forth. Hey, Anthony, how you doing? No, I'm not in the jungle. Is it disturbing? I put the mic on share. So like the mic I have, you hit a button and it either focuses on me or you could speak into both sides of the mic. So I just had it on me, so it kind of filters out all of the background noise. But I thought it was kind of nice, the background noise, when I was playing with my recordings, and figured I'd put that on to... The sound is very fitting. Yeah, that exactly. And you know what? It fills the voids when I'm sitting here playing with my charts and not talking. You listen to the birds. I don't know how long they'll last because it's raining a little bit, and they usually quiet down when it rains, but it seems like they're kind of active. I could also adjust it so that my side of the mic is a little more powerful than the other side. So, all right, cool. I'll leave it. If you find it needs adjusting, I appreciate the input. I mean, I can't really hear it when I'm streaming. I have no way of monitoring it. You dig it, huh? All right, cool. Yeah, there's a couple of guys out there. I think I hear a woodpecker in the background, too. And the deer must be coming up because I hear a couple of crow. And usually it seems like the crow follow the deer. Little things you pick up when you're hungry. You hear those deer, you know you could whack. You hear those crow, you know you might be able to whack a deer. Oh, Composite's making a move to the upside, and it turned positive. That's good. Dow's down 35, and the S&P's up like $0.50. No big deal. But looks like we're making a break to that upside. I might give that a shot. What do we got? 42.25s. I'm going to load it up so that I'm ready if it makes the move. And I'm trading the June 23s. Nope. All right, so now I'm going to roll around. I would much rather do that 42.20 put. But now we're just going to have to wait and see. It looks like it's just consolidating in there. But I'm going to take the morning break of either the high or the low. And let's see what the 30 minutes showing me. Give me an idea if it's going to be. Yeah, there's nothing on the 30 either. It's just not compelling. It looks like it's rolling around. Breaking that 19. It should get aggressive, which is yesterday. I'm loading up my my 42.20s. that baby is rich. Looks like the 5's rolling over. Two momentum is negative. The 1 minute momentum is negative. We're going to take that break. You know it's going to try to scare us out. It's really just building a bull flag on the 1 minute. All right, I'm putting my stop back up at the 2250. I had it up here, but I was giving it room. But I'm going to hold it at the 2250 right now. And let's see if we can get a little run out of this bad boy. Actually, we'll get rid of this right here. Try to get some targets. No, I don't like this at all, what I'm looking at. It's too choppy, too much congestion. I would like to see that 19 mark. But breaking that 19, the 30-minute kind of happens. Come on. Ah, your sisters and Fanny. Don't turn around on me. No, it's making a big tail. I don't like that. Hey, what's up, Mr. Dieter? I'm having a little fight with this trade. Ah. Wow, that was close. It looks like a flag, though. Oh, that's a good bar if it keeps pushing. Come on. There you go. Break it. Oh, don't kick back on me. No, that 30-second momentum's turning around. The 5 is still very bearish, and the 2 is bearish. Come on. Yeah, there's so much congestion in there. This is going to be a hard fight. Nope, that's it. I'm out. Took a little poke in the eye on that one. Yeah, what a drag, what a drag. A 22nd? No, 23rd. June 23rd is the next expiration date. Look, here's the rub. This is a high, this is a low, that's a high, that's a low. It's still in a downtrend. You know, I mean, I closed it here, but it's still in a downtrend. I'd like to see, oh, you son of a gun, you. Yeah, I'm taking that again. Good, break it one more time and I'm going in. Yeah, I'm gonna buy back those puts. The composite looks negative. Russell's negative. The financial industry and the and energy is holding it up. But I'm going back in on those puts. Come on, test that bottom again, man. It's just choppy. And composite's still pushing down. Dow's pushing down, S&P's just lingering. Even the Russell's pushing down. Come on. Some seriously negative looking bars, too. So we have this lower high. If this is making a lower low, then we're just in a consolidation. We're going to get all chopped up. No, now the composite's turning around. I'm closing it. Okay, 2 pokes in the eye. Yeah, we're just in the chop. I'm just going to wait for a break of the high and low again. Let's see what she does. Did you find that, Anthony? You find that 32nd? That June 23? It's actually tomorrow, expiration date. That's what I'm trading. However poorly. All right, if you just joined us, this is off-grid trading, and I was a trader for, or at least in the financial industry for over 20 years, and just got frustrated and moved off-grid and just started trading for myself, and that's what the site's about, teaching people who live off grid how to make a living, trade properly with consistent earnings, and live a nice self-sustaining lifestyle. And if you like what I'm doing, subscribe and hit the bell, hit the like, and there's a PayPal link in there if you want to make if you want to support the channel, which would really be greatly appreciated. And there are training videos out there that you could watch to see how I do trade. Okay, again, I'm looking at that 42.25 if it breaks the high of the day. There's a test. Looks like it's just going to be whipping us around today. Look at that. Yeah, it looks like we're just in a range-bound day, man. What are we? We're almost 20 minutes into the day, and we can't get that breakout. Damn feds. Yeah, she's just trying to figure out which way to go today. There was no conclusion. That one of the governors spoke and just gave their view. I don't know what the guy's view was. I don't know if he's a dovish Fed or a hawkish Fed, and he really didn't get much publicity or media cover. But today at 11, you have another one of the governors speaking, and then you have Powell, who's the king ding-a-ling, and really what he has to say is what's important. And really, they released the minutes yesterday, and that kind of gives you insight into what he's going to talk about. And today's just going to talk about what they published yesterday. But more of the same. Yeah, you know, the Fed on Monday or on Friday just was overly hawkish. And as I think I explained yesterday, there are 7 boards of governor, and Powell is the chairman, and they sit around and kind of discuss how they feel about the economy and what policies they should take. And then I think it's really a majority rules kind of thing. So there are guys in there who feel that we should tighten and raise interest rates, and there are other guys in there that feel we should leave everything alone, and it goes back and forth. And yet, you know, the market's just trying to get, or the traders or the street are trying to get a feel for which way the Fed is going to go. But it's pretty obvious. I mean, their goal is they want to they're expecting to see like a 3% inflation. They're really not going to move on it. They're comfortable with it. Their goal is to keep everything at 2%, but they feel that inflation is going to fade back to the 2% after. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Still negative on the 5. Yeah, it's just choppy, man. I'm looking at a 5-minute indecisive bar, although it's negative. I mean, I don't want to trade it in this choppy range. Yeah, the Russell's kind of breaking to the downside, and the composite looks like it's breaking to... Oh, it's retracing now. Yeah, this is just a flat range-bound day. I think I'm just going to let it make its move and see if I could catch a reversal. If it even makes a directional move. It's already almost 10 o'clock. The opening range is 7 points. Let's take that break. Oh, cool. Oh, finally. I'm one off already. No, come on, man. That's it. I'm going to a break even. I'm not doing that again. Oh. Well, that made up for my losses. I feel like I'm going to get burned if I try to make a trade in this. Yep, Anthony. As a matter of fact, I had two bad trades, and then I took this break with a stop and got one off, and just made up for the two trades that stopped me out. So yeah, it's just chopping around, man. I would I think I'm just gonna hold off and see what transpires, see if there's anything good out there. Okay, just pulled in 250. That was beer money. All right, way to go, Mr. Dieter. 20 of them. Yeah, SPY puts. Good. That's good to hear, man. Well, if you like what we're doing, spread the word. I dropped a PayPal link in the description if you want to support the channel. I know a lot of you guys are already subscribed, but any new guys or ladies who join us, hit the subscribe, and the likes go a long way. And as a matter of fact, if you chat with us, it adds to the content in the stream, and apparently YouTube likes people chatting. Yeah, look at this. It's just choppy. Like, I got the one off, and then it came back, knocked me out at a break even on the other 2/3 of the position. Now it's just going back and forth. So we have a Fed speaking at 11, and I think that's what everybody's kind of laying back for. And then, again, I think at 2 is Powell, the chairman. Chair Powell. And yeah, Fed Governor Daly speaks at 11. So, oh, you know what? Can I get a stream on this? No, but we'll try to see if we can get a stream and see what he's about. I mean, we're going to see it in the market. Money printer. I can't argue with the job he did. Through the pandemic, and when did he take over? In like 2017. Looks like Amazon's making a break to the highs. Nope, but has a divergence. Yeah, it looks like the composite's just grinding down. The Russell's grinding down, kind of chopping its way down, really. And the S&P is still making new lows. Just so choppy that you break a low and it whips back, and then it goes and breaks a low again. I think this baby's going to pop back up to 22.33, 22.23, and then turn around again. Just range bound. So there's the opening range, high and low, and we have 18 to 26. So only 8-point opening range, and here we are trying to take trades in that ridiculously small range. This had already violated, so we can get rid of that. So that's it. That's what we have to look for. So again, this is my justification for those income trades. I could just sit back and make money and just try not to hurt myself. And the market just moves sideways, and those options expire, and I keep the the premium credit. Not bad at all. Nope, there it goes again, making a move for that low. Do I want to try it again? I mean, what am I looking for here? Yeah, I think I could see like 14. I'm gonna take that again if it breaks that low. What time is it? Okay. So if it breaks that low, I got a target of 14 and then a target of 11. That would be 42.14, of course, and 42.11. There you go. Build a flag. I'll be happy with that flag. Okay, don't build a flag. So there's the test of the low, and it got rejected. The momentum's still negative. I don't think the problem is with the breaks or the move down. It's just whippy and retraces more than you want to see. And there we go. One more time. Let's see that 14. Go, baby, go. Come on, don't give up. Ah, you Aunt Fanny. No, there's a big hammer on the 1 minute. I'm going to close it here at my break even. Yeah, look at that hammer. The momentum's still good. Oh, this is terrible. That's it. I'm getting a new vocation. Yeah, good deal, man. And I just missed that one off, too, on that. All right, everybody be careful today trading. It's just a choppy day. I mean, out of 4 trades, only one was a good one-off. And look at, these are just really indecisive bars. Here, look at this 5. You have these tails, this big move, this big move. This has a minute left. I mean, on a flag, you're only picking up $2. So today is a day for chat and conversation and conspiracy theories. Is Miss Kerry with us? I don't want to tell my spooky story without Miss Kerry being around. So if she rears her head and says hello, I'll give you guys the scary Wall Street story. Well, not scary, but spooky, eerie. Woo. Oh, Miss Kerry, you're here. Good morning. Just hanging out in the background, I guess. All right, cool. Since you're here, I'm going to give the story. So it was probably 98. I think I had my firm open for a little over a year. And I was moving into Manhattan. I started it out in Long Island, and I decided to move the firm into Manhattan. And we weren't very big. I think we were maybe 30 guys at that time. So we were moving in, myself and the vice president and another officer of the firm. I forget what his position was at the time. But we literally were taking our things in a truck. And this was when Wall Street, right after a recession, Wall Street was really dead. As a matter of fact, they gave Trump like 3 buildings down there. They gave it to him for $1 each building if he would renovate them and develop them and draw business in. And some of the other buildings that were trying to attract renters were offering like 6 months rent free and things. So anyway, Wall Street was barren. It was just barren at that time. And the building I had some of the old around the corner, across the street, around the corner and across the street. It was or running parallel on one street. It was all some of the original buildings for downtown Manhattan, and they were all abandoned, and they were empty. A whole block was empty, and it was actually the block that ran along my block, which is a really long block. I mean, I don't know what they add up to, but wow, this is a nice retrace, and it's going to challenge the opening range. After that hammer below it, I know I'm going to get faked again, but I'm kind of looking at that the 425 calls to see if we break to the upside. So anyway, I was parked on the side road, and one side of my of the road was the building that I was moving into. The other side was all these old abandoned buildings. So I was hanging out there and kind of lost in my own world, lost in thought, watching the truck because it is Manhattan. Was I near Battery Park? Well, Battery Park is maybe 4 or 5 blocks away from where my office was, from the Wall Street area. So I actually lived in Battery Park. Oh, did you take that hammer up? Good job, man. Here's the break at the top. I guess we got to focus on this instead of... That's a pretty big move, man. I want to see a retrace before I get in. I think I'm going to look for a bull flag on that 5. Now I'm going to take a small piece, maybe, if it breaks it. Oh, this might be my retrace. Yeah, we just range bound. So anyway, I'm standing there watching the truck, and my 2 officers are upstairs with the moving men and everything, and out of nowhere, I hear like this shopping cart coming down the road. Now, yeah, I mean, it's not residential at that time. You know, the whole area was still financial at that time, and all the buildings were empty on one side. And this old woman comes down the road, and I mean, I'm literally on an abandoned block, and so she comes up and starts talking to me, and she was telling me how she worked in the buildings that were next to me that were all abandoned and emptied and everything. And she was telling me about the firm that she worked for, which was an original brokerage firm. And she was an older woman, stood very straight though, and seemed rather fit. And I'm just hanging out listening to the story, and she's telling me about her activities there and how they used to keep the securities in the basement, and there was a guy downstairs like in a vault, and they would literally pull the securities up with a bucket through the floor and physically trade securities right over the counter. Yeah, a lot of interesting stories. And then she told me about the Depression and how her boss lost a lot of money and ended up killing himself and everything. And I didn't realize that, she's talking about roughly 70 years ago, and for her to be working, I mean, if she was in her late teens, I mean, she had to be a pretty old woman. So she continued the story, and it was really nice. And then she, wished me a good day and started walking away. And I was behind the truck, and I'm thinking, where did this woman come from? I'm looking up the block, and it's just abandoned. For at least a half mile or so, everything's abandoned. Everything after that is all commercial. And where was she going? Because the road was abandoned, and there was nothing around but commercial businesses. And it was the weekend, so everything was shut down. So I leaned out from behind the truck to see where she went, and she was gone. And I couldn't have run to the corner at my age, and I was young, and there was no way this woman made it. I mean, it wasn't enough time for her to be past my truck, and when I looked back, she was gone. So anyway, I think that I had a spirit visit me there. It was just the eeriest thing, and it was just very still. Like everything just became very still while we were hanging out and conversing. And anyway, that's my spooky Wall Street story. That I had a spirit of Wall Street come and visit me. Cool. You ate up that $300. Yeah, look, we're range bound. I mean, that was a good hammer up, and you should have picked up at least 4 points, or you could have picked up at least 4 points on that move, 4 ticks, or 4 points on the option. But it didn't even make that break. I mean, but that's a really strong resistance area. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 tests of that. So if it breaks that, I'm going to take a look at that. I just don't know what kind of targets we're looking at. I mean, the only way really to get a decent target is to do a reverse fit. I mean, the best we could look for is, I mean, that's a nice move, though. That would be a 20-point move to the 127. But I'm going to have to say, if it breaks that, my first target's going to be 31. But who's to say? Who's to say? It looks like it's just chopping. It's just going to keep in that trading range. Well, I'm glad you weren't forced to shoot somebody, Anthony. It sounds like the birds are quieting down. You guys still hear them? Or has it faded out? Well, the momentum is positive, and it looks like it's making that turn and heading for that high. You got to say the third time's the charm. Yeah, that was a good hammer you took, Anthony. Now that I'm looking at it, I mean, there's you could argue that this is a deviation because this came down so much lower. I think I'm going to take, if this makes a bear flag. Nah, it's retracing too much now. No, I don't know what a mole person is. Now you're going to freak me out. Well, that's good to hear, Anth. It's nice to know you're not a sociopath. Oh, look at that jump. There we go. We're going to come back for that last kiss. Ah, you too choppy. All right, the Russell's pushing up. The composite's just kind of stalling. All right, I'm taking one off. Grab the buck on that. I think we're going to get that last kiss. Russell's still grinding up. Looks like the composite's retracing. That's what's dragging us down. I'm out at the... I'm out at a break even on the other 2/3. I mean, I'm just nickel and diming it again. I guess that gap, it's logical that it's filling that gap. No, she wasn't. I mean, there was no access. You don't even have a subway below Wall Street. It's all bedrock. There are some subways on the outskirts, but very few. Nope, I think she was a spooker. This is no day for breakouts. Powell speaketh at 2. There's a guy who's gabbing at 11. Daly is is speaking at 11. So a governor is speaking at 11, but the chair is speaking at 2. Why and why? Are you? I don't know what you mean by Clover Health. Are you just promoting it, or are you asking me to look at it? Oh, you're up $2 on CLOV. Lovely. See, you never know, because that baby looked sad this morning. All right. Good luck to you there, Mr. Ditter. Don't forget to hit the like and the subscribe and the bell before you go. And if you want to support the channel, look for that PayPal app in the description. AMC's down $2 today. Or at the moment. Time 10:21. We got a 10-point move for a retrace. Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm exhausted. Let's look at AMC. So it opened up down, and putting in a nice hammer to close that gap on the 60, but the momentum is still quite negative. So it's going to take a little bit to turn it around. Yeah, the 30 minutes negative. I mean, you could argue that that's a bear flag on the 30. Yep, happy to do it there, Andrew. Thanks for stopping in. That's the daily on AMC. Really, not a whole bunch going on. Yeah. 30-second looks like it's flattening out. 5-minute is still positive. 2-minute strongly bullish, and the 1-minute looks like it's about to roll over right here. But it looks like it's breaking through. Oh, there's another test of that high. Could look at those 30s. There she goes. There's just nothing in these. Ah, herein lies the problem. Hmm. Not the divergence keeps building. I just can't figure it. There's a double top on the 30. Anybody else paper trading today aside from Anthony? Ah, all right, that's cool. Yeah, that takes. I mean, if you do a wire or a DTC, it should come right over. Look at that. You're not even getting a retrace, and it is the time. Yeah, we're just grinding up. So if you just joined us today, we're just kind of watching the market. We know we have the Feds out there, and that's kind of making the market a little choppy, and just really no follow through on the setups. But what we do here is we actually teach proper setups and trading philosophy so that you have consistent income, and you become a consistent trader, and that's the key to the market. It's not hitting a home run all the time. It's being in the market at the right time, consistently booking profits, managing your downside risk, and when you do that, every once in a while, those home runs will come through for you. But you're just banking money every day, and that's what your program should be. So if you're interested in learning what's really done on a trading desk, this is the place for you. I try to break everything down. If you're not familiar with my vernacular, just let me know, and I'll spill it out in layman's terms. Or if there's anything you care to ask, there are no bad questions. So just feel free to ask any questions. Whatever I could do to clear things up for you, I'll definitely do. If you like what you hear, then share the site and share the channel with your friends, and subscribe, hit the bell, and hit the like. It goes a long way for me. And if you care to support the channel, there's a PayPal link down there that you could you could make a contribution, support the channel, and help me get some good content out there. So at the very least, hit the like it up. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting a retrace. We got this slow trend up right now. Just ground its way up 3 points. And the momentum is flattening on the 30-minute. It's flattening on the second, and it's flattening on the 1 minute. Yeah, this is just probably light volume trading, waiting for the Fed speak, which is about 26 minutes away from the first Fed. Just a good day to be quiet and sit on your hands. The markets aren't even correlating. I'm looking at the composite. It's pulling back right now. The Russell has made a double top, and it's pulling back, and the S&P is just grinding up. The Dow is kind of flat. It's only down 30, and that's the most action that we've seen on the Dow today. So it's usually better when all the markets are moving together. It gives things energy and moves the market up. So, yeah, this is just telling me that everybody's kind of waiting around to see what's going on. And we don't need to catch every move. We'll just wait for a good probability setup and take part in that. We just need some exciting stuff to go on in the market. Keep us focused. No, Virgin Galactic's making a move. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Just a quiet day. No wonder what CNBC is pumping out. Yesterday was the best day since March for the Dow. Bitcoin sell-off intensifies. Is that the case? No, home sales dropped again. It's down a little bit, no big deal. Existing home sales drop a little bit. I know it's beat the forecast. Just trying to see if I could get a stream for Daily Speech. She goes on at 11. Well, that was interesting. Would have liked to have seen that. Well, that's May 23. Anybody listening in AMC right now? There's another double top with a divergence. See if there's any follow through. Nope, there she goes, giving it up. Is it going to break? So it's not really a divergence. It triggers down here. This is probably the best entry, given how choppy the market is. The Russell's still moving up, but the composite is pushing down. So that might drag the S&P down. I'd feel better if the Russell was following it. And the Dow's only down 7, so the Dow actually retraced all of its losses, which was only 30 points. Yeah, it doesn't look like this retrace has any energy. No good hammers. Hmm. $11 put. Just watching this trend line right here, seeing if it breaks. I think I might be interested in taking that. Have a considerable divergence on the 30-minute. And the 1 minute too is pretty divergent. There she goes. I mean, it's going to hit that cloud at $0.50. Not much risk on the trade. Yeah, she just doesn't want to drop. Composite's dropping. Wow, incredibly frustrating market. Lost $0.50 on that move. I mean, you can argue a head and shoulders on that. That really should have run quite a bit more. Just a gloomy day today. Yeah, that 5 minute is still positive. Looks like the 2 minutes rolling around to positive. No retrace today. We're just trending up, grinding our way up. $32.29 is the high of Thursday. Breaking that, we have a nice move, probably to between 38 and 44. I don't know if you really missed the move, Anth. I mean, you had a break of the high. That's a good entry right there at the 230. It's at 232. It moved up 2 points. You know, there's nothing else giving you an indication of an earlier entry. I mean, there's a divergence coming into that high, so it's not an orderly market where if you stuck to some rules, you would have taken a trade. But it looks like we're grinding up to test, or we just did broke it, Thursday's high of 32.29. So this is a good entry spot somewhere around here, because you don't have much resistance until about 246. And now the Russell and the S&P are moving up, but the composite is trading off a little bit. The Dow turned around. It was down 30. It's now up 26. And we have 8 minutes before daily starts speaking. Got a bear flag forming on the 32nd. Got a bear flag, bull flag, I'm sorry, bull flag forming on the 1 minute. If you want to get in on this run, that's getting aggressive on the reach. Here's a 2 minute. Just watching the market, seeing how this is going to play out. Just been a really difficult market to trade. There we go, just grinding its way higher. I mean, we're even seeing divergence, and it just keeps moving higher. And then if you just really kind of look at it, it's a 4-point move from the breakout. Just a slow 4-point move from the breakout. About 2 minutes, 10 seconds to daily starts talking. It may be a non-event. I mean, just after Bullard, just makes me cautious. Yeah, well, a market order is going to be open, and depending on the volume and the I mean, you can get hit anywhere. I mean, a market order just means where it's trading at that moment. So, you know, they could drop the bid or you know, jack up the ask. So, yeah, that's rough. If you want to go in quick, what I do is I go limit at the ask or limit at the bid. I don't go in between if I want to get in. I won't go market, but like right here, I would go limit at the ask if it was moving and I wanted to get in. Or if I wanted to sell it and it was moving, I go limit at the bid. And then, hey, if you miss it, you miss it. But yeah, if you go market, I mean, you never know what you're going to end up with. And when you get these crazy fills, who are you going to complain to? So we got rid of that Cash App link that I was told was for prostitutes and escorts. And we added a PayPal link to the description. So if anybody wants to support the channel, you have that option at PayPal. But another great support of the channel is some likes and some comments and spreading the word. And that goes a long way for us. And the comments are great because it gives me some feedback. I know what to do and what you guys want out of the channel. I mean, I'm just watching this thing grind higher and that divergence just build, momentum just fade off. All right, cool. Yeah, I appreciate that, Tommy. I'll make a point of doing that. Yeah, that should be brief. It's really not a big deal. So let me just put it in my notes. Wow, that's a lot of sugar you're taking into your body, gentlemen. I want you guys to last and be here when I hit 100. Look, we're making that topping pattern again. And Daly's got to be speaking. Really nothing going on with it. See if we can find something. No. I wonder why some guys get press time and others don't. Yeah, I don't know where she's talking, but nobody's really giving her much press coverage. Crate of Red Bull. Wow. There we go, just busting through that high, making another high. Yeah, that's the natural price, which is basically what's being paid at the moment. So it's usually the mid, but yeah, the natural price. So you're just going at what they're giving it up for at the moment. There we go. We're just making that move. Broke yesterday, Thursday's high. Probably hit a little resistance around 38.09. Look, even on this 2-minute, we're getting these divergences on this grind up, and it looks like S&P is just going to continue to grind up. So we'll probably get 2 or 3 days of trend based on this. We'll probably get another trend. And it looks like we could be creating a divergence here for another pullback. But I think that we're just going to enter a consolidation and trade it within this range for the summer. You could usually expect 3 or 4 trending days. Looking at the daily, I mean, you could just see it right here. We had 4 trending days, and now we're trending back up. No, we broke through that first resistance, and we are just climbing. $38.35 was my first target. Next target's about 46.50. I didn't take that breakout, but I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't. And that breakout would have been 9 points ago, 42.30. So that's a cool grind for about 4.5 points right now on the options. It's a nice, slow, steady grind. I mean, in a good market, that happens in a matter of seconds. It's usually a one-off target. But it's a nice, steady grind. Seems like the birds are fading out. We're getting a steady rain. I guess everybody's hiding at home for the holidays. Very good. How many contracts did you play? 6. All right, super job. And you held the whole 6 through the run, or did you peel off some as it runs up? How do you manage your trade? Which either way is fine. I know lots of guys who just hold it through the run. This baby's just continuing to crawl its way up. Now the 1, the 2, and the 5 all look very, very bullish. Yeah, don't look back, man. That's a good run. You know. I mean, you grabbed 2 points out of that, and yeah, you know that's a super move. So if you wish you did still hold it, you could have taken off 5 or taken off 4 and just leave 2 as a runner. You put a stop loss at your break even, and you just leave 2 as a runner. And yeah, you know, you get those 50-point moves, and you turn around and you pick up 25 points on 2 contracts. I mean, that's $5,000 just on the 2 contracts. So so yeah, you know, that's just the manner in which you manage a trade. You watch me, and I work in thirds. So I'll take off a third at a first target, and then I could bring my stop to a break even. And if it retraces on me, then you know I made money on my first third. And then I have another target where it could possibly turn around. I'll take off another third. So I'm constantly banking. And then that last third, I'll either leave that as a runner, or maybe I'll take part of that last third off and leave one as a runner, depending on how I feel about the markets. But yeah, you know, I mean, a market that's showing us 2 points at a clip, I mean, that's not really a market I'm looking to trade. I usually my first off is like 2 points. So yeah, this is just a difficult market is my point. Although I'm looking at the 5-minute, and it really broke at 27, ran to 40. So I mean, that's 13 points. That's really not bad if you got in there and held in there. It's just before that break, it was all whippy, 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 whippy. So I grew disenchanted. But that's good. You're making money. You held you caught a nice run, and so you know, just be conservative the rest of the day. If you see a really good setup, take it. You know, don't give back those profits, and you know, every day you should be logging a profitable day. Once you get a comfortable amount of time under your belt, and you're confident that you're disciplined and consistent, then you know it's time to roll and start putting the greenbacks in the bank. Are you up 1980? That's 2 trades. Yeah, that's how it works out too. I mean, you keep trying to find those trades. You pick up a couple of bucks here, a couple of bucks there, and then you get that one trade that really moves for you. And that's usually how a day goes. These are just hard days. So the fun's yet to come. Um, you don't have to wait for your trades to settle unless you violate the day trading rule. So you'll get the buying power once you sell the security. But if you violate the rule, then you have to have cleared funds, settled funds to trade. And you get 3 day trades. But you can use futures contracts, basically the same premise, and same trading pattern. And futures contracts are not subject to the day trading rule. And you need $500 per contract. If you were trading the SPX, you'd trade the ES contract. So that's one way to sidestep it if you just didn't want to trade the options contracts. The reason I focus on the options contracts is because I also do the income trading, and I could use the directional to kind of hedge my income if things are going against my income trade. But if I didn't participate in the income trading, I would probably just focus on the futures. You're not waiting for them to clear, you're waiting for them to settle. But that's interesting because you're supposed to be able to do a same-day substitution, even in a cash account. It might be just the Reg T rules allow you to do a same-day substitution. So that's probably, who is that, E-Trade, that is TOS, the brokerage firm is E-Trade. That's probably just their standard. But why don't you just open a margin account and cash trade in your margin account? I mean, if you can get same-day substitution. And again, you could only do 3 day trades a week, I think. Yeah, I mean, just day trading, whether it's margin or cash, you can only do 3 trades per rolling five, unless you have 25, over 25. But if you have to wait, I mean, you may see 3 opportunities in one day, make your money, and then chill out for 5 days. If you have to wait for settled funds, then you're only going to get one trade. Well, no, that's not true. If you have $5,000 in there, well, you did 6 contracts, and this was about 11, so that was a $6,600 trade. So, yeah, you gotta figure out how to balance it out. But like I said, you could do futures contracts. I mean, it's the pattern is the same. I mean, the futures are trading with here. We'll just line it up right here. If you look at my chart, there it is. Oh, didn't realize it flipped all my charts. So actually, the futures chart does look a little different. Oh, it looks like my futures chart is delayed. That's why. But here you can see the pattern. Here's the lows. You see my cursor coming along. The pattern's the same. So you could trade the futures contracts. The highs are the same. It builds the same patterns. I mean, they trade on the Chicago exchange, and there's no they expire like 3 months out. Like this contract is the current trading contract is 9/21, but really it kind of works just like the options do, and every point in a futures contract is $50. So. And just like when we trade the options, every point is $50 because we only see for a point the market moves. We pick up half a buck on the contract because we trade at the money and the 50 deltas. So it works fairly similar, but you can go to Investopedia, read all about futures contracts and everything. But the subtleties in the difference are in its expiration and things like that, which are neither here nor there to you. You're just going to use them daily like a trading instrument. But yeah, obviously you polish yourself up on them, and then just practice trading them a little bit. And away you go. And you got to find out. I think I know a lot of people who trade futures on toss, so they probably clear them. You just have to make sure that your broker clears them. But it's a way to day trade and not have to worry about that 25 rule. At least for now. I mean, once retail brokers start abusing it, then they're going to start changing it too. The other beauty of futures is they have a lot of tax advantage. So you pay, I think, like a regular capital gains on the first 60% of your capital gains, and then you pay like a dividend or a very reduced capital gains tax on the second 40, the remaining 40% of your capital gains. So a lot of traders utilize that because there's tax advantages. Yes, I'm saying that you can have a $5,000 account, and you could day trade. You could trade them as often as you wish. You don't have to hold to the 3 and 5 rolling. That's just on options and equities. Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with having to trade cleared funds unless you're on restriction. So I think that might be something that your broker dealer is implementing. I mean, that's not a regulation. Yeah, normally you should be able to do a same day substitution, whether you're in a cash account or a margin account. So I don't really understand where that's coming from. So yeah, you could rely on same day settlement. Well, it's not same day settlement, but you have you have access to the funds. It's same day substitution. Same day settlement would be something you request so that they settle your funds on the same day. But this is a same day substitution. So if I bought $5,000 worth of stock, and I sold it, I could buy another $5,000 worth of stock. So I just substituted one security for the other, but my market value or my investment stayed the same, which is $5,000. So that's called the same day substitution. It's funny, all the shit is coming back to me. Oops, excuse me. And I really haven't used this in years. These are things that I dealt with when I was in industry. So we're just watching the market grind away, and the feds are just in the way of everything. So it's a good time for me to look at securities if anybody has an interest or any questions, anything you want to know about the industry. I'm happy to tell you what I know. I mean, I'm old school, and I did it for a very, very long time. So I'm full of information, and if I don't know the answer, hey, I'll make something up. And if you like what we're doing, man, do me a favor and just subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I drop out videos. I put out some training videos. I'm just starting. They're a little crude, but remember them because one day I will have it refined and be a good filmmaker. And you're going to say, hey, Dave, remember when you put out those nasty training videos? And hit the like if you like my rhetoric. And if you want to support the channel, there's a PayPal a link down there, a Pay Me link. And there's also a Twitter link. So you could share that and help me out and help me build the channel. So that's my personal commercial. No, you didn't miss the $1 million one. There was a bit of a run up, and Anthony actually participated a little bit in it and picked up a few stickies. I got a couple of pokes in the eye and then made the money back, but the market was just very choppy. And then by the time it made that nice breakout at around 42.27, I was disenchanted and didn't participate. So we have the feds out there, and that's really, I mean, that's always lurking over me. So it always inhibits my my trading, and it's making the market very, very choppy. I mean, up until like I guess it was close to 10:30. The market was just chopping around, trying to pick a direction. And no mid-morning retrace or anything like that. It seems like light volume. Really took quite some time to grind its way up. I guess almost 14 points. I'm thinking we might see a retrace during lunch. But we had one Fed speak. She's probably done by now. And then this evening we have Powell speak. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what you missed there, Drew. I appreciate you jumping on late. Don't forget to hit that like. And in case you didn't hear, I got that PayPal link down there if you want to help support the channel. That's great. And here's a bit of a sell-off. That's cool. I'd like to see a nice retrace. Yeah, that's an interesting statement. But was she responding to somebody, or that's just the position she's taking? And I see that they're trying to make eco-genocide almost like a war crime. The countries are kind of banding together to do that. And that's really, I believe, Biden's tactic to control China, which I think is pretty cool. I mean, Trump was like right up front and in your face. And, I think he would have been effective if he had the support of the Democrats. But they obviously were busy fighting an election, so they didn't get behind our president. But it's a really good tactic that I think Biden is taking to start this eco-genocide agreement between all the countries, because that's really putting the thumb screws to China, because they are just atrocious with the environment and overfishing the seas and just tons of pollutants and toxins, and even their air quality in their cities are just atrocious. And so, I could see where she's coming from. I think that it's going to get very, very aggressive. Climate change and environmental issues and things like that. So, it's unfortunate. But, Obama was very aggressive in making change and clean energy, but didn't put any programs in place to help those people who lost their jobs. So I know a lot of people who got bounced out of the coal industry and because of clean energy and the oil industry, and there were no training programs for these, workaday individuals. So that was unfortunate. And then obviously Trump rolled them back, citing that, but didn't put anything in place to resolve the environmental issue. So, it seems like just a little game of tennis with all this. But, we just need somebody to come out and handle this environmental issue intelligently and think about all the people that are getting harmed at no fault of their own, and find employment for them. And retraining. Society has faced many of these uncertainties. Yeah. I mean, climate change is definitely another one. Where are you getting all this, Kerry? Is she streaming somewhere? Because I keep looking and I can't find anything that's given her any press. And is she saying anything about like inflation, or is she saying that these are headwinds that will kind of stymie inflation? You left 6 on? Oh my. Yeah, that's all right, man. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to figure out, your trading, your practices, making sure that you closed your trades. Better you do it on paper, Anthony, than real cash. And I've seen that time and time again. I mean, I've seen guys, realize and then, they made a fortune. But more times than not, I've seen guys realize and then, take a big chunk out of their account, if not blow up a small account. So, no biggie. I mean, fix it, But you log it, in your log, you say, okay, screwed up, didn't close the contracts. And these are the days that you are trying to put behind you. And, when you can get a comfortable period of time without mistakes and lack of discipline, then you're ready to go. So, yeah, that's a reality. Man, let me tell you, you have no idea how many times I used to, put in a buy when I meant to put in a sell, and I just added to the contracts and, did an opening trade instead of a closing trade, or, had an imbalance in the portfolio. Oh, so, it's just the nature of David that I make every mistake that's out there. And once I'm done with that, then I generally make a good amount of money. But, that's why you're doing this, to work that out. Yep, done that too, man. Went the wrong way. Bought calls without puts. Yep, all that stuff you're going to work out, and it's going to become a habit using the software. You're going to become a software athlete, and that's what you have to do. But you'll find that you got to slow down a little bit. Just remember, slow is smooth, and smooth is quick. Thanks for all these quotes, Kerry. Yeah, I interpret that as pressure to alleviate these tariffs we have with our allies, like France and Canada and who else? I think even Ireland. I mean, we have all these tariffs in place with all these countries that are a remainder of Trump's policies. And one quick way to resolve this inflation issue is to knock some of those tariffs out. And I think that everybody's kind of pressuring it, and it looks like you start hearing that language now, and it looks like that's what Biden's moving towards. Oh, cool. Very good. Yep, good thinking. So that's what it looks like. I guess she's done. Everybody's just kind of waiting around for Powell, and Powell. It's already released. Everybody knows what he's going to say. I'm not expecting any surprises. I would like to see a little pullback in the market. Yeah, that one-click trading is something. But if you're trading, and you're trading 30-second charts and things like that, you can't have the review. You need to get yourself accustomed to it and have a good eye and make sure that you're protecting yourself. And as soon as you see an error, just close it, man. Don't try to make the money back if you're at a loss. Just close it, because there's a general philosophy that your first hit is your easiest hit, and you're going to find that's the case. Well, all right, man. I'm timing you. You're not back in 45. I'm going to have a thing to say about it. Haven't heard from my friend Zach Attack. Probably taking his swimming test for his lifeguard license. I think he's out of school, right? Schools are closed. But if anybody's new to the channel, feel free to jump in on the chat. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to look at securities and give you my opinion on them and what I see, or any other questions you have about the industry or trading, or, hey, about life. Guru Dave. So the market is just, I mean, we're coming into lunchtime now, so the market is just going to be kind of choppy, and I'm not expecting much. There was one good move, and basically what I do is I trade the S&P 500 and sometimes Amazon or Tesla when they're showing us something. I don't really chase a lot of markets around. I know what the trading patterns are in these, and that's what I go after. And just solid setups that are consistent and industry-wide. There's no magic here. There's really no magic in trading. It's just a probability of mathematics, and that's what we're trying to teach here, me and my free folk that keep chatting with me. So join us, add to the content if you like what we're doing. Subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like. There's also a Twitter handle that you could retweet me. Am I using the proper language? You could retweet me. But those likes go a big way, so if you could hit those up, I appreciate it. And it looks like we're building an inverted head and shoulders over here. I want to point it out because it's good that everybody sees them. You have this move down, which is not that aggressive, but here's a trade up, and it made this neckline right here where my crosshair's dancing around, and then it came down, and this is the head right here, right? So you could really argue that this is the shoulder where my crosshair is dancing around. This is the neckline. Here's the head, and it's creating the other shoulder. Here's the neckline. So on a break of that neckline, you could take an entry on the break of the high of the neckline, which is 39.06. Or if you want to be a little more aggressive on the neckline, you could put in a trend line, and you take a trade right on the break of that trend line. And it's getting a little aggressive on the shoulder. It may not make the appropriate pattern. It should return right here and then head for that trend line if it's going to make the pattern. The momentum is correct. The momentum is moving up. You see we're using the MACD, and it's just moving up. So you could look for a break of that, and you probably pick up, probably be good for about 2 ticks. I mean, there's really nothing in it. On the other end of it, we could be looking at a flag on the 5-minute. And if it breaks this low, then you're making another move down, which probably won't have any resistance until you hit that 35 mark. What's AMC doing? No, it's down almost $3. I wonder what that baby looks like on the chart. AMC, AMC, AMC. I'm so happy everybody's here with me. I got somebody to talk to on these lousy market days. And as my free folk know, if you're new to the channel, I do these income trades that are just like 3 or 4 times a week, just steady income from the market. And I'm working on training videos for that. It's kind of a sophisticated setup. It's very simple to do once you understand what you're doing. But if you don't know what you're doing, it could be very, very dangerous. All right, on the daily, this AMC is really not looking all that ominous. I wouldn't say there's a big change in the picture. We do have a trend down on the bars. We have 3 bars down, but it's testing these EMAs. And bouncing off. That's a 13 EMA right there. That's probably the 8, and it's caught between the 8 and the 13. And the fact that it's holding that 13 is kind of encouraging. It could very well trade off that. So that's kind of interesting to me. So again, for AMC. on the daily, we're seeing a downward momentum, but it tested the 13 EMA, bounced back up between the 8 and the 13. It's kind of hanging out in between there. And so it's not looking too ominous. It closed that gap, which we talked about this morning, that it was probably heading for that. And it did half a gap close. I mean, more than that, you really can't expect. And I mean, it could possibly close all the way, but it looks like it's holding that 13 EMA. And I'm expecting that that's what it's going to do for the day. And then if we look at the 60-minute, just roll this around into candlesticks because I know everybody understands candlesticks. The momentum in the 60 is kind of negative. This is an interesting bar, kind of indicates to me that it didn't know which way to go. Here we have an inside bar. So a break of the inside bar, which it attempted to do, would mean that it's going to move down aggressively. And if it broke to the upside, that means it'll move up. But if it breaks to the downside, which it did, 530, 52.38, 52.29, it broke about 10 cents and then retraced, so it's really not committing to it. But this momentum is pretty negative, so you might see another retest of this 51 or maybe the move to close that gap. But yeah, you know, with the Feds out there and the Fed speaking tonight, you really can't, you have to take what's going on today with a grain of salt and not really make any decisions. But if you wanted to enter this position, technically, you could enter at that 54.14 on the break. But hey, if you like what I'm doing and you want to learn how to trade, just join me in the stream every day and ask some questions, and we'll get you up and get you understanding. Whoa, a whole bunch of stuff popping up here. So we entered a consolidation. It didn't look like the head and shoulders didn't play out. You could see the pattern just got all chopped up. So now, well, you know what? Here's a pattern that we talked about, and I talked about in the trading video, which is a micro trend. So this happens on a consolidation, and it's a continuation pattern. So if it breaks here, theoretically, it should continue this downward move. You really want to see it in a more aggressive move down and a tighter pattern. This is a lousy, choppy day. So the examples are poor. But here we go. The first test will be this pivot low and then this pivot low. And if it could possibly break that pivot low, away it goes. So that's a good early entry into a continuation pattern. And there she goes, testing the second low. And if it breaks that, we could look for a continued move down. I'd like to see 35, a little consolidation there. So see, that's a good trend. That's a good setup. I mean, we haven't seen it often because we don't have volatility. But when you have a lot of volatility in an aggressive moving market, you could spot those reverse micro trends, and usually really good entries, high probability trades. I like these more than the breakouts of support and resistance. That's something I really advocate that everybody train their eye to look for. There she goes. She moves nicely. See, and if the Fed wasn't out there and I wasn't apprehensive about the market, I would have taken that. I mean, it's only $1 at this point, maybe about $2. But I'd like to see that 35 number on this run. We're hitting a trend line that we used in the past. I mean, I don't even know what it is at this point. It's probably an opening range from a day or two ago. And if you're not familiar, opening range is the movement of the stock in the first 30 minutes. But we're hitting that, which I'm pretty certain it's an opening range from a few days ago. And it's probably building a little congestion right there. You can see it's bouncing off of it. Let's see if we could develop a flag and just keep that run going. I haven't taken that trade, but this is a really good entry. And again, yeah, just a sleepy market. So yeah, it's good for $1. That's all we're squeezing out of this market these days. $1 here, $1 there. Here $1, there $1. No more birds, just a rainstorm. Well, I guess just a drizzle, really, but I guess the birds are just too wet to chirp. There's a lot of robins around here. And they're a very proud bird, too, the way they stand on the lawn, just waiting for their prey. But you see tons of them. I think that's probably the majority of the sounds. A lot of woodpecker, too. I hear a lot of woodpeckers. I hear them pecking and I hear them singing. And then crow is pretty common. And in the mornings, you hear a lot of turkey. And in the evenings, the fox, they make the strangest calls. Wow, look at that retrace, huh? That's pretty powerful move up. What time is it? 12 o'clock. Nobody's speaking. It's just the market movement. But look at that move back, and it's actually going right back to that micro trend line. That's pretty potent. Building a bull flag. I always do that. Call them bear flags. No follow through on that flag. So as we discussed before, on a flag, here's a strong run up, strong run up, strong run up, little retrace, and the break of this is the entry. And the first test of if the flag is going to make it is the next pivot high. So that's what we're watching right now. If it doesn't work and it breaks this low, then the flag failed, and usually a failed bull move turns into a bear move, or vice versa if we were looking at a bear flag. But that's it. We broke that high, and there we go. We're pushing up. This is going to be the next test right here. Now it's going to break that resistance line, which is a trend line, kind of making that pennant right there. Couldn't quite do that. Just found a little resistance there. Just kind of watching that move. And there we go, making another test of that trend line. Probably push right through that. That's pretty super. So if we look at the 5-minute, and these aren't very clean again because the market's just a little choppy because the feds are out there. But you could see this high right here, and we have this divergence. So this could very possibly make a divergence, make another high, or even make a lower high and start a trend, which would trigger breaking the 36, start a bear trend as opposed to this bullish trend. And what you would do is just take your fib, stretch that bad boy out, and this is a nice retrace. Like when you see a double top, this is what you want to see. A little quicker, but you want to see it come back, hit that 23, come up here and test this and reject it and make that move down. And once it breaks this 23, your next target would be the 33, and then the 38, and the 50. And the numbers I'm saying 23, the Fibonacci numbers. And that's a very easy and logical trade. Of course, we're into lunchtime, and that doesn't really, you can't count on follow through during lunch. Another time that I don't trade. You'll find there's lots of times I don't trade. But let's see, it's 12:07. Let's say we get back here at 12:45. How about we take a little break and we get back at 12:45 and get something to eat. So I'll see you guys at 12:45. All right, I'm back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. So the market's just kind of churning around here, and we're waiting for the Fed Chairman Powell to speak, and then maybe we'll get to see what the market's really about. And I think that's it. I think it's a wrap as far as Fed's interrupting our trading day or our trading week. Oh, no, tomorrow we have Fed Bowman. Yeah, these guys are just going to keep us all busy this week. What a drag. I hate this time of, or this season. Yeah, then we have another one at 11 tomorrow. Bosic. Oh, and then we have Fed Williams at 11 on Wednesday. Oh, no, that's Thursday. And it looks like we're Fed free on Friday. Yep. And then looks like we're Fed free next week. That's cool. So, we should still get into get some trading done. We're still in the summer doldrums, and it's going to be the case until after September, and probably pick up or get more sedate after July. Really no news. We have non-farm payrolls. So, yeah, next week's going to be a drag, too, because historically everybody lays off during non-farm payrolls. Tis the season, and you're just going to hear me complain about it all the time because that's what I do when we hit these seasons. So I hope everybody's out there with me. It's just chilly and cold today. I had to close the windows and kind of just held up here in my study, looking at the screen with not much going on. Really not brave enough to take any action. So, for anybody out there with me, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Any questions whatsoever, you want me to look at a stock and see what it's doing, I'm happy to do it. Watching AMC struggle. Looks like some of those guys who are pushing AMC are sweating it. See some circles developing under people's eyes. Yeah, I was just reading a text from a trader. Actually, the guy I was telling you about who has Apple. And he's celebrating now because his Apple just went positive by pennies. But he's been stuck in that for months because he just fell off of his risk management practices and got stuck in a trade, which is not what we do. So, I mean, he didn't lose capital, but had he taken that small loss 2 months ago, he would have been making money for 2 months. So it looks like S&P 500 is testing that pivot high right there. And you could have actually put a trend line in. And if anybody watched that trading video, this is actually a pennant that developed. Kind of rough right there. You could take that as a consolidation. And it's making its move through that. We'll retest that 42. Trying to get a vertical trade off. And I was hoping for a pullback in the market, a little more aggressive than we saw, but I guess I'm not going to get that. I think I'll probably hold off on that trade until tomorrow and see what we look like. I think we take another uptrend, another update tomorrow. I think we're going to put it in a bit of a tail tomorrow. Really can't substantiate that. That's just kind of a feeling. Probably going to have to refix my road up to my house with all this rain. Look at that. That's quite a retracement from that high to the low. Back up about over 76%. No, this is interesting. I mean, we're only, today's only Tuesday, but right now the weekly bar is an inside bar. If we stay in this area, then we'll have an inside bar with a divergence, and then look for that break of the inside bar one way or the other. Interesting how the week's developing. Although it's very, very young in the week. I mean, it's a little presumptuous to draw any conclusions now. You're late. Welcome back, Anthony. Welcome back. You're not late. You arrived exactly when you're intended to arrive. So anybody have any questions with AMC or anything like that? Oh, and I want to thank Drew for hitting up that PayPal and supporting the channel. I really appreciate that vote of confidence, man. And if there's anything you need to see or anything you wish for me to do, I'd love to be of service. Thanks again. I appreciate everybody's participation in helping build the channel. And our success will be made possible by your support. So there's a PayPal link down there if that makes you comfortable. Throw in a couple of bucks our way. It'll go to good use and help me improve this content. Maybe get somebody to edit it so it's not so rough when I put out those training videos. I mean, nothing I could really do with the live stream. You guys are stuck with me. But I might be able to improve the quality of the training videos so it's less tedious to listen to. So once again, thanks again, Drew, for hitting up that PayPal. Oh, we got another guy, Nick Dolan. Oh, I don't know if I should give out your last name and blow it up. But thanks for the support, and thanks for hitting up that PayPal. At least I know it works. So another vote of confidence for the channel. It's really appreciated. And let me know any critiques you have to improve the channel or something you want to see. I'm happy to do it. And thanks again for the support. All right, so I guess that Cash App didn't really work out for everybody. PayPal's the way to go. Ah, Nicholas Dillon. Sounds like million. All right, yeah, I appreciate the vote of confidence, Nick. It's hard to see your image. Hopefully, we get you trading soon and you start making some money, and then I've really benefited you. Nicholas Dillon. Sounds like million. So a big thumbs up for our free folk. So anybody out there hanging on to AMC? Looking for the move? It's actually trading off the lows. The composite's not really giving us much, and the S&P is rather boring. Did anybody check out that new training video I put out there? I wouldn't mind a little feedback on that. Or if you watch it tonight and you have questions, just hit me up tomorrow, and we can go through those questions with you. Looks like there's a little trend going on right here. I'm putting these trend lines in just to try to get perspective on it. But really, I mean, on this break, you have all this congestion back here. So it's not something you would really be interested in trading. On the break of the high, that gives you an opportunity for a good run. And I think we said like 48 or something was the 127. Really an impressive rally back from a few days ago. Yeah, so now you could be looking at like 248 as your next target, another 10 points out of this. Even today, this afternoon, if everybody's Fed favorable. Well, if we just want to do an extension on this, I wonder what that would look like. 42.62. Very possibly tomorrow's target, and that's breaking the high. Remarkable, remarkable. I mean, we closed 70 points lower on Friday. The market that just won't go down. I mean, this has been running since 2008. It seems it's very weird to me that there are actually guys who have made a living and a career that have never experienced a bear market. And I mean, we used to see them like every 3 or 4 years. And now, you know, whole careers. I mean, even the guy I was talking to with the Apple, I mean, this guy's never been in a bear market. He joined me after 2007, I believe. I think I got some hate mail too. Somebody doubted that I was in the industry for 20 years and said I sound like I'm not even 30 years old. Which I don't know if that's really flattering. Maybe if he looked at me and thought I didn't look like I was 30, I would be flattered. But I don't think I want to sound like a little kid or a young man. I earned these years. Oh, look how we're respecting that trend line right there. That's pretty interesting. I love watching the market trade just to see the symmetry and how it respects trend lines, and just there's some logic to it. Somebody's asking me questions. 14,000 and it's over. $14.54 and it's game over. Oh, okay, cool. Didn't make sense to me. Wow, already getting hate mail. Yeah, that's a good sign, man. That's a good sign. You know, that means the name's getting out there. You know, that was the second bit of hate, unless maybe it was the same guy. I got one on a chat and one in an email, but might have been the same dude. Didn't really register, although. Yeah, you know what? Maybe within a day or two of each other. Look at that move up. That's pretty strong. What time is it? 1 o'clock. Got fed in an hour. That's a pretty good resistance right there. But again, you know, like I said, that break, you might as well just hang out and see what happens at this high. And, you know, with the Fed out there, I'm just not taking the trade, man. I'm not even going to, you know, vamp it. I mean, that's me. I just don't want to trade when the Feds are out there ready to speak. I'll just sit on my hands and chill out, chillax. And you know what? I have to say that, well, the S&P's up 15, no big deal. S&P's up 3/8%, and the composite's up 0.5%, and the Dow's, you know, not even up a fraction. Dow's basically flat. It's up 20 points. So I guess there's not a lot of movement going on. It just feels as though there was. Let's look at our 30-minute and see what our day looks like. Come over here, you. We will do that to that. Think. I mean, 22-point move, so I guess we opened down a little bit, turned around, and that's what we were feeling, really. That's why it feels like a big move. But look at that engulfing bar right here. So the first move of the day was down, and then we made an engulfing bar. And a break of that bar would have been a good entry, and away it goes if we were clocking the 30. This is a 30-minute chart. It's feeling a little overdone to me. Oh, there we go. We're testing that resistance on the 30-second. Momentum looks flat on the 5. Crazy bullish on the 1 and bullish on the 2. You only got 2 points to the next resistance. I mean, you could take part in it and see if you can catch a move. You can argue that that's a bull flag on the 30-minute that you'd be participating in. All right, here's the run up, nice and strong. Here's the break of the 30-minute. Your stop would have to go down here, so you're talking about 4 points. That was an interesting move. Look how it dropped down right there. But again, that's a bull flag. Strong move, strong move. If this closes down here, that's like an ideal looking bull flag. And you take a flag into a resistance, it usually has the energy to blow right through that resistance. Very strange looking pattern. I wonder if I dropped packets. Seems like it's just getting jumpy. Although I'm looking at Amazon, it's getting jumpy. My 1 minute is consistent. No, I'm not dropping packets. That's how it's trading. That's interesting. There's a 1 minute bear flag that triggered. Bull flag. I keep doing that. A 1 minute bull flag that triggered. See if it has energy to get through. It just doesn't look healthy. Nope, there it goes. Has a hangman and down it goes. Yeah. Boy, I think I need to crack one of those Red Bulls. Give me a little pickup. A little adrenaline boost. Amazon turned around. Composites selling off. Looks like it's dragging the S&P down. The Russell still has strength. And where are we? 315. Yep, nothing going on really to cause this. Just the nature of the beast. Look at that hangman. And there's the sell-off. Let's see what it does when it hits these lows. Actually, you could see that trend line that I had put in here. That is kind of testing. And being that it rejected this, that's pretty good indication that it's going to move right through there. And there it goes. First test, that pivot low. Oh, and it loses the initiative. These feel like big moves. That's really only 2 points right there. This next move to this next pivot is less than a point. It's got a bear flag building. I mean, this top you couldn't even trade. The momentum was very strong. So see if this bear flag triggers. Break of the 38.74 would trigger that bear flag. Now a break of 38.85 would trigger the flag. It's an even nicer flag on the 1 minute if you wanted to trade that. Your risk would be the same at this point. Oh, super job, Amp. It's kind of sloppy on the 32nd, but that would be the trigger of the bear flag. I like the 1 minute flag better, which just triggered. Now you got a test of this low. If it's going to move, it's got to break through that pivot low. And then that baby's going to keep going, or should keep going in theory. We might be looking at about 36.5 if it could push through. There's a little support at 38.20. Then the next support is 37.87. And if it breaks through that, we should be able to get down to about 36.5. I'm going to take one off right here. Keeping my stop at a break even. One minute momentum looks really bearish, and the 2 minute momentum looks really bearish. The 5 minute looks bearish, but I'm thinking we're going to have to see a bear flag on that 5 minute for this trade to continue. If it doesn't pop back and knock me out again. All I'm getting is one-offs today. Yesterday. I don't think I had a decent trade since like Thursday. So that's another bear flag on the 1 minute. If it triggers, I'm going to move my stop down above that bear flag on the 1 minute. And that's part of my trade management. 30-second momentum looks like it's going to head back down. That's encouraging. Come on. Let's make that flag happen. Everything's negative. Oh, come on, man. Don't bore me. Yo, the composite is selling off. The Russell's selling off. The Dow's selling off. This baby should be running. I told you about my buddy Nicky who used to hit the screen with his shoe. I want to give him a call. Oh, entirely frustrating. I think I'm going to move my stop down here for my other two and just take. Actually, I'm going to put one right there. And I'm not quite out yet, but it's taking me out. Oi! Nope, not yet. Zoinks. So I got two off. I got one at a break even. Let's see if that one will pay off. 5 minute momentum still bearish, but it looks like the 1 minute's rolling over. The 2 minute's still bearish too. So this could very possibly turn around. Nope. All right, I made a little bit on two units. 2/3 of the trade. There he goes. Oh, not yet. There you go. All right, and I'm out. All right, no super runner. But we have a plus day, and we just can't argue about that. I don't like the quality of that 5 minute for a bear flag, so I'm just going to ignore it. Could be a last kiss if you're looking at the 30-second where I put that trend line. Let me get these babies back on the other screen so I know where they are when I need them. So there's a little trade. Not very exciting. Just a frustrating day. I don't know if I could call that a last kiss anymore because it's kissing the heck out of it. Moving up into that cloud. Look, and Amazon didn't turn around. Apple's consolidating. The S&P is much more active than the NASDAQ and the Russell today. They made a little tiny reversal, but nothing compared to what's going on with the S&P 500. Financials are just consolidating all day, and energy is just consolidating all day. Where are the trades? Well, we have about a half hour to Powell. And again, I mean, I couldn't imagine anything that's really going to move the market. Or maybe it's the alleviation of the surprise that may send the markets up again. Because, well, they released the minutes yesterday. So you got to see the transcript of what his speech is about. So couldn't imagine anything substantial going on. Kind of looking for a sell-off to get into this spread. I think I'm dreaming now. I may revisit it tomorrow. It's a bull flag on the 60-minute. Look at that. That's powerful. Got 3 minutes left. That looks like that's going to be the move. I think I might consider getting involved with that. 41.59 is high. 41.45. Could look at the 240s calls. The drag is that that's going to trigger. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to trigger in 2 minutes. Cool. So you got a half hour before the Fed starts talking. Yeah, I'm going to take that trade. I know I'm quiet. I'm just watching the market to kind of gauge my entry. I like these guys rolling around. $22 for that bar to close. So when you take a trade off of a higher time frame chart, you can expect that to move a lot further. It just has more energy, more power. It's a longer time frame of the trade. So now we're looking at an entry of 41.45. And actually, as per the suggestion, I'll do that stop video so you understand stop loss, limits, markets. But you can anticipate what the price is, put a stop in on your option, and then once it breaks, it'll trigger your order, and you're in. And away she goes. And this baby could retrace before it even triggers. So we could be sitting here an hour before the sucker triggers. So somebody give me some content. You might have realized already that when I have those good days of good market movement and there's a lot to trade, I get very excited. I have a lot to say, and I have a lot of energy. On these dragging days, I just get all mellow. Looks like it stopped raining. It looks like the energy's fading out. But again, we could sit here for an hour before this flag is ready to break. I mean, this is a bull flag on the 60-minute, and what I like about it is it's right by this all-time high resistance, so could rip right through that bad boy. And if it does, it should make us a few shekels. Or as the people over at Stratton Oakmont used to say, glue. I made glue. They called money glue because they said that it held everything together. Oh, man, I'm still in my biggest gains. Hey, What's up, Jesse Howard? Well, I think it's affecting the market right now. The markets are really choppy today. Even the moves are just choppy back and forth. So, yeah, it's kind of a fight to make a buck today. I don't think there's going to be any surprises. They actually published his statements last night, so you kind of know what he's going to say. I think everybody's just kind of apprehensive right now because they just don't want surprises. And once he alleviates that, people are going to be comfortable. We had a pretty considerable move today. We were as low as 217, so we had a 23-point move for the day. I mean, we're only up 15, obviously, but yeah, a 23-point move. That's not a bad day. Yesterday was aggressive too. So I would like to see a little bit of a retrace. And, yeah, even if we close flat today, I'd feel good because that was an aggressive move yesterday. So I just feel like it makes the market vulnerable. So a little retrace today or closing flat will kind of solidify that move yesterday. And then we could make a nice move up tomorrow. But yeah, anyway, to surmise, I think that the Fed effect is what's making the market so choppy, and I think it's just a bull market. So I feel that dips are buying opportunities, and that. You're going to move up. I mean, it's just how quickly. I mean, I'm confident we're going to retest the highs. I bet at least by next week. Wait, let's just take a look right here at the daily. Ding. But any trading that goes on during the Fed, I mean, you could take with a grain of salt as far as technical patterns go because it's just inconsistent. But here we had two moves up. I mean, we might make another move up tomorrow and test over here and then trade off. But this is pretty aggressive. That's a pretty aggressive return. So I would like to see a trend. I wouldn't be surprised if we gave back a little bit tomorrow and had one bar down and then took off again to the other side. Other way. I mean, I'm just hoping that for some reason this doesn't turn around and turn into a hangman or something, or a dragonfly, whatever you prefer to call it. So up or down? Yes, it's gonna go up or down, man. I mean, so that move up could be a buy into the news and into the anticipation of the Fed, or and then a sell-off on the news. I mean, it could go either way. I just, instead of trying to anticipate what the market is going to do, I just kind of trade what it's doing right now. Mr. Jess. So, Anthony, I'm still in it. Probably the biggest winner was the move I made on Ford in 2008, and I acquired their bonds at I believe it was like $3 a bond, and it was paying something like 67% yield, and I went nuts for it with my clients and everything. And even the regulators got on my back about how much I charged my clients. But yeah, that was a lot of work. I mean, the country was falling apart, and companies were going bankrupt, and we had to tear this thing apart to understand what was going on and if we could have confidence in it. And then we put a lung into it. And so if you understand bonds parity is $100. So a bond is worth $100. And they were like 30-year bonds, and so they were trading at $8, obviously well below parity. If you held them to maturity, they would have to pay you $100 on the bond, and we're buying them at $3. And for the hold, you got 67% yield. I believe it was $3, and But the 67% yield, I mean, is ingrained in my head because I knew if we can hang on to these things for a year and a half, we have our capital back. So I went mad on them. I mean, I even did it, for my personal account, and had my private equity company, I had them investing in it, and then my retail firm, I had them getting all their clients into this thing, and we did the homework, man. I mean, we did the homework, and I think within 3 years that bond was back over $100 a bond. I mean, plus we were getting 67% on our investment every year. I mean, obviously the yield drops down, as the value of the bond goes, but your initial investment into it remains the same. So every year and a half, we got our initial investment back. And, most of my clients are still in it, people that I'm still associated with. And I'm still in it. So, it was, it's a screamer. That's something like generational wealth. But, you're talking from 2008 till now. Other things I bought around then that I'm still in is Goldman Sachs, and a lot of really good companies that just took a beating during that financial debacle. And I mean, that's how true wealth is made. I mean, you just stick around long enough, you're bound to see those sort of recessions. And that was like the second one I went through while I was in the industry, and or really the dot-com bubble was it, but it caused a bit of a recession. So I was able to capitalize on that, forget about it, and it's long-term. So I'm not giving you dollar amounts, but you just kind of figure it in your head. I mean, a $3 bond to a $100 bond, and nobody was buying these damn things, so they were all over the street. People were calling me up left and right trying to sell them to me, I'm sure with a smirk on their face. But we were watching the dealers, and that's when like General Motors was shutting down dealerships, and even Ford were tapering back. But that's what we were finding. They were tapering back. They were tapering back floor plans. Floor plans are what you call all the cars on the floor, but they weren't as aggressive, and they were shutting down some real rinky-dink and hobo communities. And we practically visited every dealership we could, and the ones that they were shutting down, we made sure we went and understood their frame of mind. And we saw the communities. I mean, even in the best of times, they weren't selling a lot of cars. It's tens of millions, man. So we went and we saw why they were shutting things down, and it wasn't like GM because they were just shot. It was a different animal. And then and we actually bought the GM bonds too, but we went nuts on the Ford bonds, and that was it was life changing. It was life changing for everybody who got involved in that situation. But you had to have people who had capital. I mean, a lot of people got blown up. I mean, there were actually suicides in 2006, 2007 because of what happened in the financial sector. And we did well on the GM bonds because of when they went bankrupt. I think the GM were $3, and the Fords were, well, maybe the GMs were $2 and the Ford. I really can't remember. I'd have to look back. So anyway, we made a lot of money on the GM bonds, but it was nothing like what we did on the Ford bonds. Because when they did bankrupt, there was a payoff on the bonds, and I think we picked up like maybe 40 or 50% on the investment. And we kind of figured that would be the case when they went into receivership, the way we broke down the company. We kind of saw that, this is what the bond should be paying. So I think it might have come in a little lighter than our expectation, but it was still a good move. We did well on that. And everybody, man, I'm telling you, Goldman Sachs, Lehman's, they bellied up shortly after. Everybody was just dumping those bonds. I think Pershing and Fiserv were like the biggest sellers to me. And And then I had an issue with my clearing firm because they were getting nervous about it. Yeah, they already dropped in ratings, so it was like a matter of days before they were unmarginable. So it would just be a cash transaction. I remember a big dispute I was having with them, and that was kind of my selling point, that, just pull them out of, eliminate the margin class because they're going to get downgraded anyway. And then the interesting thing is a couple of years later, they were upgraded. I think back to triple B, and you got to be like a triple B bond to be marginable, and they were marginable. So you were able to shift it over, use that buying power for trading, which did my clients well. And then nobody ever sold them because you made so much money that capital gains, GM as in Guberment Motors. Yep, that's them. Yeah, which this is not the same GM that it used to be. They closed it down, and they closed General Motors down, and I think now they're GM Motors, right? And it's an entirely different company. It was kind of a sleight of hand. They closed one down, and then the other one assumed all of the assets. So it was really a way to skirt out of that pension fund that was dragging them down, and all the other debt that was dragging them down. A lot of people got beat on that deal. So anyway, the Ford bonds went marginable, and that's how people managed to get access to their money, because the return was so great that if you sell it, the capital gains is like just devastating. I mean, it's the same percentage, but who the hell wants to give up all that money? So that's one of the finagles that the wealthy use. But I think those bonds are mature in 34. So come 2034, somebody's got to figure something out. And I know a lot of people who didn't participate with me, thinking I was out of my mind. Yeah, I don't really bring it up to them. Yeah. But like I explain in trading, you do good risk management. You're consistent, and you take high probability situations, and every once in a while you find yourself in these home runs. And you wouldn't even say in trading every once in a while, but maybe monthly you find yourself in a home run trade. It's the same thing with investing. I mean, you invest based on a criteria and a set of rules, and every once in a while you come across a home run. So I was in the industry, had my firms operating for 10 years. I mean, we didn't do something like that every year. We were going at it for 10 years. It just so happened that we were in the industry and liquid. And we had good insight into the real estate bubble and finance. So, I didn't get hurt during that financial debacle. I was liquid, and so that's where opportunity is made. You have these extreme situations, and then you have to look around on how you can capitalize on it. And it just so happened that we saw this trade, and it made sense. It actually seemed too good to be true, and that's why we delved into it pretty deeply, and did a lot of work, man, a lot of work. I had a lot of problems with the regulators because I charged a fortune for it, but yeah, I was within my right to do that. Yeah, and I don't like people telling me what my time is worth. Anyway, I mean, you find yourself, I'm sure well, I don't know how old you are, but you'll find as you age, you will look back on times that opportunity presented itself to you, and sometimes you've taken it and sometimes you didn't. I had an opportunity to buy a Warhol collection for $60,000, and I really liked Warhol, and I was just going to hang it in my apartment in the city, and I decided not to. And I think maybe 4 years later, that same collection was like $300,000. So, yeah, opportunities present themselves. Sometimes you take them, sometimes you don't. I don't know if I would like to tell the story that I didn't take that Ford bond opportunity. That'd be a hard story to tell. So it looks like this flag might be breaking. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm thinking you're a young man, so plenty of time to do it. I mean, it's the industry too that I was in. I mean, it's just a big dollar industry. So, yeah, what I just told you is not uncommon. I mean, it's not an uncommon story in the industry, especially the older the firm, the more likely they have those sort of stories under their belt. Yeah, it's the nature of the beast. Just like you speak to a developer or a realtor who's been around, they'll tell you about the opportunities where they snagged a house really cheap and ended up, doubling or tripling their money. But it's just scale of economics. I mean, I was dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. So, it's not unheard of that my exceptional experiences are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, that's firm-wide. I mean, individually, you're talking tens of millions. But, yeah, you look at some of these hedge fund guys like Bill Ackard and stuff like that. I mean, those guys do that like on a monthly basis, make that kind of money on a monthly basis. I mean, they're just huge, 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 huge. But it was good positioning and things of that nature. I mean, the guy made a fortune on this pandemic, and if anybody saw his interview, he was the guy who came out on CNBC like a lunatic, shut everything down, oh my God. But he was short before they did that interview. He just shorted the market and then came out, in horror. And, oh man, he made a killing. I mean, right after they stopped the interview, the market tanked, and the guy just made a killing. Oh, there goes the brake. And it rejected it. It didn't trigger that bear flag yet, though. 41:45. And what time is it? Ah, man. See, and it dragged out. And now we got the Fed talking. So we got the Fed messing up this trade. I think I'm going to I'm like staring at it, and while I'm talking, I'm watching this market move. If there's a good trade in this. 32, man, you're just getting your game started. You know, you guys think, or we all think, that we're, you know, some big doings in our late 20s. But really, I mean, once you hit your 30s, that's when people just really start taking you seriously, and you start your stride. And then when you're in your 40s, you get even more focused. So trust me, my friend, your game has just begun. You're about to come into your best times. So, you know, you keep your head down and stay disciplined and stay focused, and you're going to, you'll find a way if that's what you desire. I mean, if you desire to just do a 9 to 5 and have an easygoing life, that's cool too. I got a buddy who's a carpenter, and he's just very at peace, and he's probably one of the most relaxed guys I know. So, you know, I don't even think that he envies anybody who has money. You know, because he's just very happy. And a lot of times I envy or I did while I was active, I envied his sense of peace and contentment. And he's a beautiful family, and he has a nice home, and he has a nice summer home, you know, somewhere in the mountains. And, you know, he travels with his wife, and he lives a really good life. Those are his goals. And then you get guys like me who just got to have the action. It's not really about the money. It's just about keeping busy and doing stuff. And so anyway, if you're focused on it at 32, forget about it, man. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. You know, all these young guys you see on the internet who talk about all the $500,000 they made, which is pocket change. They're shooting stars, and you know the property of shooting stars, right? They fade. So don't worry about those guys. You're looking for consistency and sustainability. Man, it's just not doing it. Came close, but it's just not doing it. And it's getting so choppy that it's making me leery. See, and this kind of action makes me back away from a trade, and then the things run. So this is just me venting my frustration. So 5 minutes to Powell. All right. Yeah, you don't want to throw everything you've got, because it'll keep you in a pinch. And really, man, you have to just master the art, practice the skill. So don't worry about getting that trading account up. That baby will come. Yeah, you know, in the interim, focus on the skill, the risk management, the discipline, and so that you know you're something to invest in. You know, you're investing in yourself when you're trading, and you need to be confident in that product. You need to know that you can move in and out of the markets comfortably. You are comfortable with the idea of taking losses, because that's the biggest problem people have. It's just, you know, the nature of the beast. You know, you just trade comfortably. You take your losses, and you look for your winners. And you know, look to trade professionally and properly. If this is how you choose to make your fortune. I mean, I don't know if I built my wealth by being a businessman or being a trader and financial guy, you know, because I built a business, although my business was finance and trading. So it's an interesting question. But I have friends who did very, very well in all different sectors. I have one guy who's a concrete guy, and he owns a concrete plant and does very, very well. And I got another buddy who is a developer, and he does very, very well with residential developing. And then I have some friends who became doctors, and you know, they do well. They have specialties, though. They're not practitioners like Mrs. Grid. But Mrs. Grid does very, very well, too. but she's more the holistic kind of healer. She believes in treating the body, and as opposed to just inundating people with medications. Very conservative on her prescriptions. Oh, look at that engulfing bar on the 30-second. See, it's so erratic now, man. You can't even consider this a good trading market. I mean, you know, what is that that's going on that 30-second chart? I guess a retest of this low right here. So we just developed a nice support, which it's good that you guys look at this, because this is part of what that trading video is. So we have a good resistance here that we keep testing. We have 2 tests on the support. You can't really call it a good support unless you get 2 tests, a minimum of 2 tests. Otherwise, it's just a pivot. We're heading back to this resistance, which we're heading. I don't know, man. I'm just so afraid that this is going to break out and then just whip around. 41.45. We got 1 minute to Powell. Man, I don't know. Such a beautiful flag on a 60-minute chart. And we got the Fed. Well, I'm assuming by 9 to 5, you're just saying, just working for somebody and having a job. I could relate to that. Life is short, and you don't want to trade it for a handful of dimes. And your days should be full of creativity and new experience and mental expansion. And that's what working for yourself provides. That sort of reward. But what's it doing? You also have to consider that you don't want to open a business just to make a living. Look at this. Ridiculous. I can't have any confidence in this market to make a trade. So you don't want to open up a business and then just get a paycheck out of it. If you're going to open a business, it should be to get rich. That should be your reward, because you're taking on a lot of risk and a lot of aggravation, a lot of time of aggravation, and you're sacrificing your time. I mean, my children didn't really grow up in my company because I worked all the time. We had good times together. We have a lot of phenomenal memories, but that's what I did. I mean, I had several businesses running at the same time. So, I was all over the world and working constantly. And then when I wasn't working, I was kind of trying to decompress, so I didn't really focus on them either. But these are the choices you make. I don't know if I do anything differently, and our relationships are all great. But I think back on them as young children and how sweet they were and things like that, and you tend to miss that. Now they're sarcastic adults. I'm kidding. They're great people. But you got to make that choice. I know what you mean about the 9 to 5. Everything's a trade-off. Everything in life is a trade-off. You have to just decide or pick your poisons. Running a business beats the hell out of you. As a matter of fact, I still have an interest in some of the banks, so I meet with people from time to time over business, and when they see me, because basically I don't have any day-to-day functions with any business. So shortly after I was done with the company, I think like maybe 6 months later, I went to a meeting, and they were all blown away. They're like, "Oh my God, you look 3 years younger." So yeah, there's this sense of relief once you're out of it. So it's gonna beat the hell out of you. I mean, it's not the easy street. And I've set up a lot of guys in investment companies and things like that, young guys who worked for me and did well. But once they became the boss, they wanted to sit on the beach and have somebody else run their companies. And those guys shortly bellied up. So it's more work to build a business and run a business than it is to work a 9 to 5, and the mental stress is definitely more toxic than the physical stress of working with your hands or working a job or what have you. But the mental stress of running a company, and I promise you, man, you make money in America, everybody's trying to get it from you. It's just the nature of the beast. Just like those lawyers with the class action suit with the false shorts and stuff. I mean, if you make money in America, if the government's not looking for a piece, then you're going to have lawyers and crybabies and people always looking to glom your cash. Class action suits and regulations. And I mean, look what they're doing to Google and all these tech companies. And they're going to subpoena them because the company's made a lot of money and the government wants that piece. So they come up with some nonsense. And companies accept it. They say, okay, what's my penalty? Here's a couple of $1 billion. Now I'll go on to make more. And in 10 or 15 years, they'll come around. They'll bang them out again. So, yeah, I don't think that it's easy street. And, a lot of people will be like, oh, you're lucky. And, all I say is, really, it felt like work to me. Not that I'm complaining. I mean, I loved the juice and, I loved the stress, but it was definitely hard on my body. So here we are chopping around. That flag never triggered. And what do we got left? We got a half hour left to that. And Powell's speaking. Who knows what the hell he's saying? Oh, they have it streaming on some YouTube channels, but I mean, I'm not really interested in what he has to say more, just what the effect is. Yeah, it's more rewarding, and it's. I mean, I liked the game, and I've always been a businessman. I mean, I was born that way. I remember analyzing my father's business at a very young age and deciding what I thought was a good practice and a bad practice, and I mean a very young age. And it's always been an interest to me, and I've always if I walk into a restaurant, do it to this day, I'm always calculating, what they're making and, like what they earn based on their tables and like what I know their turnover rate. So I'm always analyzing. It's always just been my nature. So it was a lot of fun to me, but also I believe in generational wealth. I think that each generation should add to the family, and that was always important to me as a child. And I just wanted to make sure that my children were in a better place. If I had children, were in a better place than I was. Not that I was in a terrible place, but I think that each family should advance. And my family isn't an old American family, but they were here in the early 1900s. I guess like 1920s. I think people started to arrive, and my grandfather served in the Second World War, but I didn't feel that we were far enough along for a family that's been here that long. So it was always important to me. To build that, and I think that each generation should add to it, and at least not detract from the progression. And that's how the Gores and the Bidens and all these powerful political families ended up getting that way. The Kennedys, I mean, they made money early in the country. They're old American families, and they built this generational wealth and moved into politics, and now they get to exploit from the masses. And I want that for my family. You can't look at the money and stuff. I mean, once you start doing things for the money, it really screws up your decision making, and you miss opportunity because you're rash. When you're not doing it for the money and you're laying back, your perception's just different, and you're just better at it. And actually, every bad move I've ever made was for money. Every good move I ever made was for experience. I mean, even that bond thing, it was just, it was kind of that delving into the unknown, the mystery of it, catching something everybody else isn't catching. The mystique. The money was the byproduct. Look, that never even triggered that thing. And now we're just chopping around like nothing really going on for that trade. But that flag on the 60 never triggered. I'm even going to abandon that, man. And see what happens at the end of Powell. What are we up, 14 for the day? Actually, I didn't even look at the momentum on the 60 is, well, it looks like it's rolling over, but no reason why we can't call that bullish. It's bullish. I would like a little bit of a trade back. Wow, look at that story. My viewers went down. That story like blew everybody's, or that rant I just went on. And got rid of all my viewers. I guess everybody jumped over to the AMC channel. What's going on with AMC? I think it's up for the day. That's good. Everybody's doing their rain dance on this thing. Yeah, it's up 88 cents, baby. To the moon. Not a whole lot of volume on this bad boy. The volume's really tapering off. Actually, the volume is more aggressive on the sell side than it is on the buy side. You've lost your phone. Well, thanks for sharing, Ant. It's amazing how expensive phones are now. I mean, they could cost more than computers. I just bought one. It was $1,200. What is that bar? I mean, can somebody please explain this to me in the chat? What is that bar? I mean, this is not orderly trading. Right? We can't trade this nonsense, man. Should have just went to the beach. Well, it's raining. We couldn't go to the river. Look at these tails. Like, talk about indecision. Anybody have any questions? Want me to look at stocks? We're just going to have to wait for Powell to dry up. Actually, I'm going to adjust this trade here. And this is usually where I'm sorry that I do it. I'm going to make this adjustment. And that's it. I'm staying right there. So if anybody wants to do a trade, I'm out there waiting. 65s. And they got some volume. 80s. Oh, they got some volume too. All right. Well, actually, those hundreds are really the deal, but I'm not going that high. '90s and '95s. No, I'm happy there. Yeah, and you back off it once I get there, you fuckers. Oh, excuse me. Sometimes I forget the mic's on. I like to have hummingbird feeders around my house, and my study is just a little off the house. But they keep coming to the window, and kind of the windows are like double doors on the side of the study. But they keep coming to visit me. And it's really interesting, like the interaction. Like if I'm sitting on my deck where the feeder is, they come and they kind of observe me for a little while, and then they go and have a drink, and then they'll observe me again. But there's nothing around the study that's feeding them, but they come and visit me. They come into the window. And I'm wondering if they smell me, if that's because I have no idea how they find that feeder. And I mean, I attract them from all over the place. And they just come and pay a visit. They come into the window. They actually come into the study and zip around a little bit, but they're probably about 15 or 20 feet away from me, and then they go back out the window. You might hear like a little motorboat sound in the background, and that's them. I don't know if the mic's picking it up. So here we are at Off the Grid Trading, talking about hummingbirds. But there's nothing to do. I mean, you guys just see this market chopping around. I mean, every equity is probably doing the same. I don't think you'll find anything out there with momentum. It's just chopping around, waiting on the Fed. It's a vicarious week, though. I thought it would be a little more sedate. But I've had to be creative with my income trades because it was so vicarious. Yeah, I don't know how you do that, man, except maybe hang it from a tree with fishing line, and they can't hang on the line to get the feeder. But they don't mess with the hummingbird feeder. and they're high. So, yeah, I have lots of squirrels. As a matter of fact, we have the flying squirrels, and I had a problem with them getting into the easeways of the house. And the only option people were offering me was poison, and I just refused to do that. I mean, I'm in the middle of the woods, so I'm hopping into their space, and then I'm going to start poisoning them. So I'm not about to do that, and they wreak some havoc. But eventually, I managed to trap them all and free them. But they're amazing. When I let them go, they take off the front lawn and just kind of glide down the mountain, and just incredible to watch. And you kind of have that bird's eye view of them because you're standing high on the mountain and they're gliding down, and it's really cool. And they're really cute little flying squirrels. How about bats? You guys have bats over there? We had a ton of bats around here, but they got that white nose disease, and now I barely see them. And everybody was talking that we were going to have mosquito issues around here because the bats feed on the mosquitoes, but haven't found that to be the case either. But it breaks my heart because when I first got the place, I was always enamored by the bats in the evening around 7 o'clock zipping around. Yeah, I've seen that too. I've had cars stored and then opened the engine and seen little nests. But we don't have the regular mice. We have the field mice, like Mickey Mouse with the big ears, and really adorable looking. So every season, even when I get the gas grill opened up, I always find a nest in there. And then sometimes there are young field mice in there. But they're really charming. But again, you got to worry about them getting into the house. So what I've found is in my storage rooms, I put everything in metal garbage cans. And that kind of solved the problem, that there was nothing. I was trapping them, but also there was nothing for them to forage on. So eventually they just stopped invading the place. So we have to be pretty careful with that and keep all the goods in metal storage. But yeah, I can't deal with the idea of poisoning these animals when I'm invading their space. Looks like that flag is going to trigger, but I'm not participating. I'm just disenchanted by the movement of the market. Hasn't triggered yet. There it goes. We're looking for 41.45 to trigger. Dread. Look at that, just teasing with the break. I mean, that's kind of telling me that it's going to be a good break. Everybody having a chilly day today? I'm having a very chilly day. I think maybe that hurricane is shooting across the East Coast, or that tropical storm. I see it kind of went offshore around North Carolina, I think. Oh, it looked like it turned into a tropical storm again as it was leaving the Outer Banks. So here it goes, about to make that break. Do we do it, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, didn't hit it. Just inching its way up that. I think I'm going to take it. There it is. That's the test right there. It's got to break the high of 42.20. She's moving. Oh, she's retracing. Russell's doing a scream, moving to the upside. The composite's kind of dragging. If that baby starts moving, and it's going to break the high, if it breaks the high, then that's going to put a lot of support into the S&P. I mean, we still got Powell out there gabbing. Got a bull flag on the 30-second. And we might be building a flag on the 2-minute. Well, we might be retracing that move up. Look at that ugly bar. Ugly, ugly, ugly. The Fed Powell effect. Yeah, see, this is a perfect example. This is actually good that you're experiencing this. So, you know, you see that beautiful flag on the 60, and you try to take that move, and you would have been knocked out. Well, yeah, you know what? If you played it on the 60, the flag still hasn't failed. So it's very possible that this does continue to run, but if you took it and wanted to minimize your risk, you would have been whacked out. I think the entry would have been about 45, and you wouldn't have even seen a buck before it retraced and knocked you out. This ain't no place for no heroes. Very quiet afternoon. I mean, even as far as our viewers, it looked like we lost a lot of people. We had a lot of guests yesterday. A lot of was it yesterday? We had a few new young women, which is cool because I look at the my demographic and it's mostly male. So it would be nice to get more females into trading. I guess it's kind of like math and sciences. It's just not appealing to the female population in general. Look at this bar, man. I mean, you know, look at that bar. I mean, talk about indecisive. Yeah, you know, obviously that's a doji, and that's what that doji is telling you. I mean, the market is just indecisive at that point. So if you're new here, this is off-grid trading, and what you're experiencing is me complaining about the market. So if you like my rhetoric, hit the subscribe and hit the like and hit the bell. And you could hit up that PayPal account if you want to sponsor this channel, which we've had a few guys throw it out there, and I want to extend my appreciation to them once again. It's Nick Millions and Drew, and thanks for supporting us and showing us that vote of confidence. And Miss Carey was one of our first supporters in the very first week, and we appreciate that. We're not ever going to forget that either, Miss Carey. If you're still with us, you might be feeding the chickens. But if you've joined us and you're new, don't be shy. Throw out your questions. Ask away. There's no such thing as a bad question. And we're just watching things chop around and chop around. Oh, look at AMC really putting a move on at the close of the day, man. Maybe Powell's not done. It's up almost $2 today. That's not bad. I look forward to taking a look at that again. Had a $2 move. I mean, it's still in a channel, but the channel's becoming very defined on the 60-minute chart, and it could, which makes it easier for a breakout to happen. Oh, look at that. And the 60-minute bear is still valid. It never traded below that low, so the bear is still a valid, the bull flag, rather, is still a valid bull flag. I mean, it's not behaving how you want to see a bull flag behave. Once it triggers, you want it to run. But it hasn't failed until it breaks that 35.98 point. And now we just made a new bar, so you have a whole hour that this thing could just chop around right here and not fail or run. Oh, we also have that Twitter account link down in the description. You'll find that along with the PayPal link. And if you can tweet us out, that'd be great. Get some more subscribers. That's as good as cash as far as support goes. Even better, because the idea is to get the word out. I think this afternoon, after I do the afternoon wrap, I'm going to do a little meditation on my deck. I'm going to just chill out, smell the air after this rain, decompress a little bit, because the Fed has got me frustrated. So many opportunities to make money today and no follow through. Man, I don't like this move up, though. This is really bothering me. I got to plan my defense strategy. So what's going on with you folk in the you free folk in the free folk nation? Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks, Tommy. Just working and following along, yeah. There's not much to follow along with. Regrettably. We're looking at some double tops. I see a double top on the 1 minute. Cool. Answered them all. Aren't I thorough? I'm sure there's more to come. It's a pretty aggressive bar on the 2 minute. And tapping off of that resistance, just back and forth, man. Setups trigger and then it just whips the other way. It's just, I guess you've heard, right? It's just not a good day to trade. I'm getting tired of saying it. It's starting to sound like I'm whining. I'm starting to hear the birds again. Yeah, well, yeah, cool, man. I'll feel good helping. So bring them on, Tommy. Bring them on. Is this mic on speaker? On stereo? There she goes, making moves. So that's the move we were looking for on the 60-minute bear flag, bull flag. That took its sweet time. I mean, you got a 9-point risk on that thing. So one off at this resistance right there. I think we got another 5 points in it. But if you took that that flag, I'm moving to break even. Just way too much work for that trade. Come on. No, I'm sorry. I'm just watching the trade. Just kind of disenchanted with it. It's just not showing anything. It's going to be another one-off. Going to just move my stop up to the previous bar's high. I'm going to use the 5-minute as my management. That's going to close in 30 seconds. Bring my stop up to that 43.79. I'll even give it a little room. 43.73. If it breaks that, then it's a wrap. It looks like it's going to break that before the bar even closes, just eating into my profit. Come on, turn around. Got the composite pushing up, the Russell pushing up. Oh, all right, I'm out. Way too much risk on that trade. So I managed to grab 2 points on my first piece, and then the remainder of the trade, which I guess I'm out early because it looks like it's going to rip. I got a buck on the other 2/3. But I mean, for a 60-minute flag, it should really run. And the proper stop would have been down around 35. That was like too much for me. So I was kind of looking at the 37. And then once it triggered, I moved it to the 38. So I guess 3-point risk. You want to see at least 6 points on the trade, but you're just not getting anything moving today. And I know I shouldn't be so sad with the gain, but c'est la vie. So now at this point, the market could pull back. Let it pull back. Give us a little retrace, and then we begin again tomorrow. Just very, very choppy. Look, even a gap down right here just doesn't make sense. Really shouldn't be trading. I think that's why I may be a little disappointed with the trade, because I don't think that these are quality trades that I'm taking, and I'm kind of letting the market get the best of me. So I'm going to take a deep breath, and I'm going to watch what transpires. Oh, that Apple is up above 33. God bless. Amazon's chopping around. Just really nothing going on, man. Nothing that really gets me excited. I do want to look at the momentum on this. So this is extremely bullish, the 60-minute. Momentum looks like it's rolling around a little bit, but if I had to argue the point on this chart, I would say that this is bullish on the 60. Could be building a hammer right there, but we know that it's just chopping its way up. It's been doing that all day. Looking at the daily, it's turning around. It's amazing we had that sell-off, and we're about to challenge the highs. This is a really strong run back up, and it looks like we're about to challenge the highs. I mean, we're 14 points off the high. And we're only up 17 today. I mean, you know, for us to close up 30 points it's not impossible. Quite a turnaround, quite a turnaround. Coming into the 3 o'clock hour, we'll see what the pros want to do with the market today. Keep seeing these 58-point moves on Amazon. It looks like Amazon might be back in the game. Might want to start looking at that for trades. Tesla is still sleepy. I could be trading into that Amazon Prime hype. But we'll start looking at that. It looks like it's got momentum. It's a little choppy in the afternoons, though. I'm just watching the market. I know I'm quiet, but it's just winding down, and now I'm just trying to figure out the direction. Education category. Making another move for that high, but it looks like we might be building that divergence. Well, but composite's pushing through. Russell's retracing a little bit. Oh, the rain stopped and the birds are just chatting it up again. Here we go, testing that high again. And there she is. There's the break of the high. But Dave's not playing. I've had enough. I'm just finding these trades frustrating. Anybody watching Virgin Galactic? That baby's just moving today. It's up $3.36. Making another test for that high. And there it goes, breaking the high, making a new high. Well, this is, baby just, oh, is it? Looks like this market's just unstoppable today. All right, I get it. We love Powell. Anybody catching what Powell is saying? I gotta change this keyboard. This thing is just too heavy. No, baby. We are screaming. The next resistance is 48.96 on this. Just trying to see what Powell's talking about. Wow, I'll tell you, if you went short this market today, you took a stinging. Yeah, that's an interesting issue there, Ant. Looks like the stock gods love you. Quite a powerful move for 2 days. Yeah, you got to work those kinks out, buddy, before you go live. Another test of the high. See if we break it. I mean, we keep testing the high with the divergences and then busting right through. And here we go again. Looks like we're making a move for Wednesday's high, which is 51.89. Wow, this is a monster day. 57 is the all-time high. We may very well test that today. I'm just sitting here watching this market grind its way up. No, what happened here? Something's conflicting. Oh, this is not good. Got a serious divergence building now, but we just keep busting through that, making new highs. I have lost my 60-minute chart. Hey, Miss Carey. Yep. Yeah, I think that's the case also. Looks like we're getting a head and shoulders on this 30-minute. This is the neckline right here. This being the shoulder, should turn around right here if it's going to build. Momentum is fading off, but momentum on 5 is still very, very bullish. And we're in that crazy hour where things jump around. Thank you very much, Miss Carey. Yeah, I'd have to say I agree with him. I see it as transitory also. Got a little pennant right up here. Russell's pushing to new highs. Looks like we're going to break that pennant. Wow, that's crazy. We basically broke the high of last Wednesday. So we retraced that whole downturn we had last week. We are only 5 points off of an all-time high. With a half hour in the market to go, we're going to test that high today. Oh, look at this. I'm having a little conflict with, I just changed my keyboard because the one I was using was all clunky, and I just keep getting this conflict. No, it appears every time I straighten out the charts, it's going to do that again. So I guess this is how it's going to be for the last half hour. Oh, the talking heads in the news are going to have a ball with this day. I mean, in 2 days, we retraced what we lost in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Unbelievable. All right, ladies and germs, I'm going to cut this short because I'm just getting a conflict with the changing of this keyboard. So you might see on your screen that we keep flashing. My charts keep going in and out. So we're going to call this a wrap today. It was a pretty good day. I'll do the end of the day wrap up, and that'll be posted. So I want to thank everybody who hung out with me today. And I want to thank everybody who supported me in hitting up that PayPal account, which the link is in the description if you have an interest in supporting the channel. And if you like what we did today and you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the bell so you know when I'm dropping things. And comments are always welcome. I appreciate it. Go and check out the training video that I did. And for you guys of the Free Folk Nation, any input on that would be great. I'll accept any critique and actually appreciate any critique on it. So I guess that's it for now. Good night. Happy trading. And I appreciate it. I'll see you guys in the morning at 9 o'clock.